I have personally gone out and worked on social skills 4 to 7 hours a day for 25 years, okay? So if you think that you know who I am, you know who I am from watching free seminar videos or videos where I do a little video blog out in nature. You guys need to understand something. That's like you think you know Hugh Hefner and the Playboy Mansion because you saw the driveway to the Playboy Mansion, okay? Like you saw the little fountain outside of Hugh Hefner's old mansion before he passed away. This event here is not my real teaching. Me doing video blogs is not my real teaching. My real teaching is in the field. That is where I'm an expert. That kind of teaching is also extremely surgical, extremely fucking complicated, and extremely fucking demanding. I love these guys, but you will never see Grant Cardone do an infield trading. You will never see, and I love them. I'm fans of them. I'm a fanboy of them. And I think you should attend their events. I've got value from all of them. But you will never in a million years watch Grant Cardone do an infield trading. You'll never see Tony Robbins do it. You'll never see Alex Hormozi do it. You'll never see Eckhart Tolle do it. You'll never see anyone doing it. How good do I have to be at what I do to be like, I'm so damn good at this that I will literally go out and show you how to do this laser precise right now. And I will show you levels of this that you never knew were even possible. But then in addition to that, don't worry that I'm incredible at this. We all know that. We've all seen the videos over the years if you know me a long time. It's not about me. I got a big ego. I think I'm one of the best of all times as far as an infield skill set. But my ego is not about my skill set. But I got a big ego. I got an ego the size of the galaxy. I got one of the biggest. I'm like Eckhart Tolle, but I'm such a hypocrite because I got the biggest ego you've ever seen. Eckhart's like, don't have an ego. I'm like, I'm a megalomaniac. But who am I a megalomaniac for? You guys. I'm a megalomaniac that you guys get results, okay? Like if I see a student of mine who doesn't have results, like I can't sleep, I get angry, it fucks with me on a megalomaniacal level. I'm like, like I gotta be the best. I've gotta get the best results for my students, okay? That's how I see it. So everything I do, I want it to be the best. Who do you even know, what teachers that you know that do free events? Just go around doing free events all the time. Is that even a thing? How come there's no, and again, I love these guys. How come there's no like Alex Hormozi free event? Why is that not a thing? Because in my mind, I want even my free, I want what for most teachers would be their best teaching is my free stuff. Their best teaching is my free stuff. Then online, like on YouTube or Instagram, I mean, I just put up a 7-hour video last week. Right? That would be a course for most people. That would be an expensive course. You want to know why I can put out a 7-hour video? Who here has ever seen my proper digital courses? How do you describe those?
Intense.
My typical digital course, I put out only 3 of them in my career. Blueprint Decoded, 5 years in development, 100 grand to shoot that thing. Did rehearsals of it for like 2 years before I shot it. Hot seat at home, 9 years in iteration, millions in production, and put that out. Years of dedication teaching. And then Blueprint Reloaded, which was all the exercises. And that one there was 4 years of iteration. And very expensive to produce and totally incredible. It runs about 80 hours. I actually chose to put out 4 different versions of it in the program. Now do you see why I can do a free seminar? Because I can do a free seminar because my actual training is all personalized feedback. In other words, at a paid training, I'm not gonna sit there and talk at you like this. That's my free one. A paid one, I'm gonna literally be like, here, get up and talk, let me tweak stuff, let's figure out what's going on in your brain, let's completely like open up the hood of what's going on with you, rewire everything, close it, and send you on your way, right? We're gonna go in field, we're gonna actually do real-life social interactions. I hope you're having a great time watching the video. I'm in Los Angeles, California right now. Beautiful, beautiful day out here in LA. What I wanna let you know, well, here in Southern California, we've got a free event coming up. If you wanna learn how to make a lot more cash, you wanna learn about how to get spiritually tapped in, and most of all, you wanna learn about social skills and attraction, I would urge you to get your butt out here because this is gonna be a killer 3-day event. And I have rented one of the best hotels to do a conference in all of LA. We're actually doing it right here at this place up here. I think you want to be here. Okay? So just make sure that you click the link below if you want to attend. And by the way, if you can't make this, we've got one coming up in San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Salt Lake City, Denver, Chicago, Minneapolis, Detroit, St. Louis, New York City, Dallas, Houston, Austin, Vegas, Phoenix, and San Diego coming up real quick. But you know, if I were you, man, I've been making it up out here. We got a great conference room rented. It's gonna be so much fun. It's a big ass conference room, ton of people coming out, biggest event of the year. Make sure that you get out here, man. It's gonna be fun. You do not want to miss this. This is gonna be definitely the best event of the year. Okay, anyone's gonna be here. We're gonna have a lot of special guests, a lot of surprises. Completely free to attend. Click the link. So my version of like Tony Robbins' Unleash the Power Within or something like that, which is mostly a seminar where Tony talks at you, that's my free stuff. My version of that is feedback and go out. So when I do that, okay, when I do something like that, I want you to look at how I attack these problems, okay? Let's look at how I attack these problems. My biggest thing, which makes me different from every other teacher, is I actually want the result. I'm the guy that you come to when you're, repeat this after me, say, I'm done LARPing. I'm done the cosplay. Most personal growth, I was very sad to figure out, is literally a bunch of fucking LARPers. Do you guys know what LARPing is? Yeah. Okay, look it up sometime. It's the most funny thing you've ever seen. LARPing is, basically what happens is everyone dresses up like knights or elves or dwarves or magicians, and they go out into like the forest, and they pretend they're in Dungeons and Dragons, and then they go like fireball, lightning bolt, and then they act out like a Dungeons and Dragons battle. It's called live action roleplay. Say live action roleplay. Okay, or cosplay. Say cosplay. That's like costume play. Most people in personal growth are in costume play. In other words, if you go to most personal growth seminars, if you ask them in the room, who here is a multimillionaire, who here got results, they're all optimistic about getting results, but they're there, repeat this word after me, say a cope. Say copium. Most personal growth is copium. In other words, like, I mean, look, I'm mega fans of these guys. I'm literally the biggest fans of these guys in the world, and they changed my life, but I just want to show you how I built what I did in contrast to what I saw as a client in what they did. Just like you guys, if any of you guys going to become gurus, you should build in contrast to what you would do differently than what I do, right? So I just have my own different way. Eckhart Tolle, who I'm probably the biggest fan of Eckhart in the world, almost everybody there, and I'm sure it wasn't everyone because it's not like I personally met everyone, but you guys know me. I'm very chatty. You know how I'm a little chatty? You know, are you guys aware I'm a little chatty? What do you think I'm doing in the hallway at like an Eckhart seminar? Am I alone looking at my book? I'm literally meeting fucking everybody, okay? Most of them there are in pain, and they just want to stop being in pain. That's the major thing, okay? When Eckhart Tolle says, become present, let me tell you how I took that. Bitch, we're getting enlightened. Motherfucker, we're getting enlightened. That's how I took it. Like, we're going all the way, baby. We're getting enlightened. That was how I took it. I'm like, it's a challenge. Now, what did Eckhart Tolle describe as enlightenment? You silence the mind, you connect to God, and you become present to the moment. You still have a mind, but they say the mind is a great slave but a cruel master. Say that. The mind is a great slave but a cruel master. Okay? So in other words, you still use your mind, but your mind is still, and when your mind is still, you have access to everything you know. So you don't need to think ahead because you have complete access like that at the tip of the tongue. How am I doing this seminar now without PowerPoints?
Repetition.
Eckhart Tolle, bitch. This is Eckhart Tolle. It's not repetition. This is the fucking world of Tolle. Okay? I learned how to do this from Eckhart Tolle. When I was in my mid-20s, Eckhart said, but he talks a little different than me, when I go to the seminar, I look out the window and I am present. And then I go and I don't know what I say, and then it just emerges. I speak from presence. The presence is speaking through me. So I learned that from Eckhart. Now, what most gurus do is then they think they have to copy Eckhart. So they think they have to walk in here like slowly, like probably like this or something, like some beige vest or whatever, right? And then they go quiet, and then they go like this, right? And they think that's enlightenment. To me, that's what's called performative enlightenment. Say the word performative enlightenment. It's performative. So I specifically talk obnoxious, kind of like a combination of like a rapper and like, I kind of think I'm Eazy-E from NWA. Okay, that was like my idol growing up, okay? So like, I'm like Eazy-E reincarnated into like a dorky white boy. And basically, that was like my hero growing up. R.I.P. Eazy-E, right? So basically, like, what you'll learn is performative spirituality, I'm not saying I'm enlightened, I am not enlightened, but performative spirituality is where you just, it's like LARPing, it's cosplay, like, I don't know, you wear like a white robe, you know, and then you come out and you're like, oh, I'm enlightened and I'm past the physical. Just fuck off, dude. Okay, who are you fooling? You can fool your LARPing clients, you can't fool me, bro. Okay, what's your real name? Is your real name, okay, like Guru Shikanara, right? What's your real name, Guru Shikanara? Oh, it's Steven. What's up, Steven? How you doing, Steven? Right? It's like, do you guys see where I'm getting out of this? Do you guys understand what I'm telling you? Yes. What I'm telling you is there's no enlightened guru and that you're all enlightened. Does this make sense? Now, I'm not collapsing the standard, but what I'm saying is when we say the word enlightened, what's the problem inherently with the word enlightened? Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm enlightened. You know what word I like to use for enlightened? Retarded. Okay? So you remember Robert Downey Jr.? He says in the movie Tropic Thunder, he says, never go full retard. You remember that? He says, never go full retard. My version of enlightenment is always go full retard. Okay? Always go full retard. So what enlightenment means to me is that you allow your mind to go silent, but that doesn't mean performatively acting like an enlightened guru as a cosplay. It means being who you actually are. I come from a fucked up background. You guys can probably sense that. I come from a very messed up background. I've seen a lot of shit. I've seen a lot of violence. I've seen a lot of dirt. I grew up around that. So I'm not going to come in here and be like, I am Guru Owen or any shit like that. What I'm telling you is that you as a normal human can learn to silence your mind. You, like, what's your name? Michael, you can silence your mind. Don't view what Eckhart Tolle is doing as separate from you. So when I came in and I learned from Eckhart, I didn't view it like he has this thing that I don't have. Like, well, there's Eckhart and there's me. Now, look, the truth is, Eckhart Tolle is a generational talent in enlightenment. So I'm not as present as Eckhart. That's true. But what I'm saying is, you should have a competitiveness and a belief that you might get there. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I don't think I'm as present as Eckhart by any means. But what I'm saying is, I didn't come in there like a bitch. And by the way, I use words like bitch. I combine words like Eckhart Tolle and spirituality and bitch with intention. That's not me just being sloppy in my words. That's very well thought out. Okay, that's very intentional. I didn't come out of it like a chump bitch and say that I couldn't become spiritual or present. Why do I say words like a chump bitch? Why do I choose to say that, not sloppy, but with intention? There's two reasons. Can anyone guess what the reasons are? Number one is to show that enlightenment is not performative. Okay? Enlightenment is not performative. Okay? Enlightenment doesn't mean you just get a rag and you sit there and you go, oh, okay? It can mean that. There's teachers that are like that. Look, if a teacher's really like that, like, yo, if that's you, bro, rock it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're that dude, like, you just fucking, like, at your most present, authentic core, you're like, bitch, I'm gonna wear the white robes, I'm gonna stare at you with some weird-ass stare and make an Om sound and say, namaste, bitch. If that's you, if that's who you are, then fuck yes, okay? That kind of is who Eckhart is, by the way. That's why I like Eckhart. But if that's not who you are, then you're a scamster who's look, what's the easiest way to get paid in the world? The oldest grift ever. Watch, okay? Watch the oldest grift ever. You just silence your mind, and then you go, and you go, here, ask me my name.
What's your name?
My name is Guru Sattva Yogi. Okay, then I get a turban, right? And then I give some weird, obscure philosophy that no one can understand. But the emperor has no clothes. Say that?
The emperor has no clothes.
Okay, and so are there real cases of enlightenment in India and stuff? I absolutely believe it. I've read these books. I've learned from them. I've read from them. I've sat at the feet of the master. I do all that stuff. But the problem is that when you have guru, that separates you from what he has. Rather, you should be aggressive and you should view it like, I would like to learn that. I would like that qualitative shift in my consciousness if that happens to be what you want. If it happens to be what you want, right? Look, even in Christianity, it's about being Christ-like. It's not about reading Jesus, go, well, that's Jesus, right? It's actually meant to be internalized. There's meant to be alchemy. Say the word alchemy.
Alchemy.
Transformation. Okay, it's the extent to which someone is a Christian is, in my view, the extent to which someone, not that they can quote scripture as a cartoon character of a Christian, it is the extent to which there has been alchemy, there has been transformation, okay? Jesus would call that the Holy Spirit. There was a weird case of this. It was a very weird case. Like, this is super weird, and everyone's going to disagree, but I'm just going to say it anyway. No, everyone will disagree with me. I made a video about this. There was a girl called Nala Fitness, okay? And she's like a OnlyFans hoe. And she was on the Whatever podcast, right? And this girl was like, I like to fuck, I like to cheat on my boyfriend, I like to fuck all these dudes, I like doing OnlyFans and all this stuff. And I looked at her and I was like, this woman is close to enlightenment. I actually thought that, okay? And I'll tell you why. Because if you actually look at the girl and you look in her eyes, her father was a Christian pastor or Christian preacher. And so she kind of rebelled against him. She ran a little bit wild, right? Well, first of all, why do we know that women run wild in today's society? Because the men are bitch-made. The men in today's society are so bitch-made. They're such fucking losers on aggregate. The men are such chumps that it only makes sense that a girl is like ungrounded electrical energy, and it's like an ungrounded cable or a hose that has no bearing, and the hose just starts shooting everywhere, right? A girl like Nala, and I'm not trying to pedestalize her, I'm just trying to, because she's married, I'm happy for her, I'm just trying to make a point. A girl like Nala is, I looked her up, super positive, 10 out of 10, very athletic, traveling the world, enjoying life, has a lot of spiritual energy in her, but because the men in today's society are such fucking losers, so pathetic, that we watched during 2020 as we got locked down and no one said or did shit. If I was a woman and I watched my society go under house arrest, I wouldn't be fucking any of these dudes. I'd be going on OnlyFans as well. I'd be like, these guys are gonna let me get locked down. I'm just making an OF, letting some guy who's in the gym a lot pound my pussy and just making money because these guys are such losers, I can't even talk to them, okay? Most guys can't even approach a woman. Most guys haven't even made their first million. You don't need money to get laid, but they haven't even made their first million. They're just losers, man. So I totally get it why a girl would just join OF. I would do it too. I would go to Walmart. Would you give all your money and dedication to the average guy at Walmart? Would you give them your bank account? Would you give up your right to vote for some fucker at Walmart? They're losers, okay? And I'm angry. I see their humanity. That's why I call them losers, because I'm mad. I'm mad for them because they're better than this. Remember I told you guys I get on a roll on these things earlier? Okay, well, it's starting. Okay, so anyway, I'm just getting going here. So the point being, like, I looked at Nala. She had kind of the same, again, she's married. I'm not trying to, like, guys are saying I'm trying to, like, covertly hit on her and stuff. This girl's married to a stud, okay? She's married to her proper energetic match. But the point is, she didn't have that before, right? All that it took was one real man to calm her the fuck down and go, bitch, shut off the fucking OF and just shut the fuck up. And she went, daddy, and it was done. She just needed, that whole thing was just a giant shit test on the tsunami of loser men, and she just needed one zaddy to come in and go, girl, you're done. That's done. And she stopped, okay? Because it was a meta-level acting out shit test, which is what's happening with most of the girls in society now. It's just a big, giant, collective shit test against the loser men that the men are failing. That's literally what it is, okay? look, I literally, right, like I date a lot of different girls, right? One of the girls I date literally has a man-hater TikTok, okay? Her whole TikTok is like, fuck men are parasites, da-da-da, like all this shit. I could call her on the phone right now. I've been fucking her for years. And she's like, oh, daddy, oh my God, come see me, come fuck me, daddy. I'm your slave. I don't even like that kind of shit, okay? Like just marry me, take me, impregnate me, put me in the kitchen, okay? So what I'm getting at is like, that whole TikTok is a shit test. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. The man-hater TikTok is a shit test, okay? It's a shit test because the men are fucking losers, okay? Look, my good friend Mercy, she was always telling me, I never want to have kids. I don't like guys that much. I'm like, Mercy, eventually the right alpha male is going to come and you're going to be like, daddy, put me in the kitchen. And she's like, that'll never happen. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to have kids. I don't want to have to raise fucking kids. All this shit, okay? And she told me this shit. And look, feminism was built so that, like, there is a percentage of women that are just a bit more masculine, whether that's a girl who's lesbian, it could be a girl who's a bit more masculine. You remember the show Game of Thrones with Brienne of Tarth? And she was really built to be a knight. She could beat the ass of a man. If a girl is built to be able to beat the ass of a man, what I like about feminism is feminism was made to give a woman like that the option to do things that would have traditionally been a man's role and let her come in and beat the ass of all the other men. I think that's dope. Look, Tulsi Gabbard is more of a man than most of us in this room. She's a G. She's a gangster. Tulsi's a gangster. So the point is like Tulsi Gabbard should not be restricted from being the president just because she's a woman. But that doesn't mean that the average girl on aggregate should feel forced and pressured and shamed into having to do things that men do. And so that's why Nala felt that way. This girl's like got nunchucks, she's got a bow staff, she's like the best athlete you've ever seen, she's got energy, she's traveling, and then the average guy just comes up to her, he's like, oh, hey, Nala, can I date you? And she's like, fuck these losers. These guys are such losers. I've got more energy than them, I've got more aura than them, I've got more frame than them, so I'm just gonna get fucked on OnlyFans. I would do the same thing if I was her, because again, it's like there's no groundedness because the men aren't grounding her, right? Then she met one guy who's like, Nala, this is done. And she's like, daddy. She's like Christian, jumping back in church, daddy, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? I feel like I came out of a trance, all that kind of stuff. And people will try to say, oh, she's trying to cash in on the Christian thing. That girl had 20 more years of millions of dollars left in OF that she could have got. She didn't need to do that. But what do you think is more important to a girl? $30 million? Or having a proper fucking dude? Number two, all the way. If a girl gets like a real proper fucking guy, not all women, the Brienne of Tarth, maybe not. But for most women, the majority, again, I am 100% pro-feminism because it's meant to give women, say the word, freedom. And choice. It should not be giving them shame, and pressure. It's meant to liberate. Not browbeat. Okay, look, I hope to have daughters someday, and if my daughter is kind of like a bit of like an alpha female, and she wants to go build an empire, I want her to have the freedom to do it. But if she's a feminine woman, I don't want her to be pressured that she's less than, or that being a mother is not the single most important job in the entire fucking world. So the point is to have options. But I'll also tell you that a lot of the girls that are acting like that, it's literally just because the guys are losers. And then what winds up happening too, is all these loser guys want to bring back the patriarchy because they have so low aura and such low frame that they want girls to lose voting rights, to lose the ability to have their own house, job, and they just want it because they want to get it to where the girls are so oppressed that they have to date a loser. That's what they want. No, guys, I am 100% pro-women's rights. That's not me pandering. That's not me caving to the left. And I don't think any of them will ever be fans of mine anyway. I don't think a single one of them will ever be a fan of mine. So I'm saying this knowing that it annoys the guys who want to continue to be losers and somehow magically get a girl, okay? And knowing that a lot of those ones that are aggressive will never support me. So I know that neither group will support me. I'm just telling you the truth. Think about it this way. If you had to pick, is the direction that men should go to bring back the 1950s, or should it be that men should learn a little bit of frame and aura? What do you think? Bringing back the 50s would involve a lot of very regressive, dangerous, bad stuff. Men learning aura can happen in a weekend. And you would benefit. You'd all make more money. You'd all get girls. You'd all be happy. You'd all be crushing it. Why not just learn that and go, why can't I just go back to the 50s? A girl like Nala should have been dating little old me. Little old me should have got Nala. She has more aura than you, bro. She's got a bigger dick than you, bro. It might not exist, but energetically, she's got more BDE than you do. Okay, Nala's got some big dick energy. Okay, and yet hyper feminine. She was hyper feminine and needed a guy to ground her. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, but you know what's funny? I watched her on the Whatever podcast, and I literally made a video. Stop and think about how intuitive I have to be for this. I literally made a whole video saying, this girl is close to her own awakening. Have you ever seen me randomly make a video about a particular Instagram model? Ever? Is that like a thing that I do? Have I ever made another video like that before? How did I know that I should make a video about this one particular girl who became basically the face of a girl who left that bullshit behind, got a husband, and became Christian? How did I know? Because Christianity is not about being performative or cosplay. It's about energy. I could see she had energy. She had aura. She had presence. In a weird way, even though she was fucking up really bad, she had more Holy Spirit going through her than the guy interviewing her, who's kind of always in a bad mood. I like that guy, but he's in a pretty bad mood most of the time. So see, is Christianity about running a podcast where you shame everybody else? And again, I love that guy. I don't even like to go on his podcast. But is it about shaming everybody else? Or is it about the actual transmutation in your body? And that's what Jesus taught, is that a sinner might actually be closer to a transformation than someone like the Pharisees who's being performative. Do you guys remember who the Pharisees are? That was the religious elite that would preach the right things, but it was performative. It wasn't real. And that is the essence of Christianity. So when I see someone, so let me circle back on some of these threads. We're weaving here, okay? These are free associated speeches where I weave a lot of points. When I would see somebody like Eckhart Tolle, when I say Eckhart Tolle, bitch, okay, when I talk like that, what I'm trying to get at with you guys is that it's not about performative enlightenment. It's not about performative enlightenment. It's about the actual transformation. A girl getting her pussy pounded on OnlyFans, but is actually having the transformation and then rapidly breaks out of it, shuts down her OF, snaps out of it, and changes, is closer to her own enlightenment than somebody who's saying the right things but doesn't have that energy, aura, and presence to the moment. And connection to God. So connection to God is not about being performative. It's about actual transformation. It's real, okay? And when I say that when you read a book like The Power of Now, you should view it like I could do that too. Look, Eckhart Tolle is a generational spiritual guru. I don't think any of us are going to go to his point, but you should have the aspiration to get a big piece, a big chunk of what it is that he has. You shouldn't view yourself as separate from that, okay? You should say, I could do that as well, okay? So do you guys remember I was talking about where a lot of these insights came from? I'm going to go through where the insights that I'm giving you came from. The first one was spiritual texts, spiritual teachers, say spiritual texts, such as the Tao Te Ching, the Four Gospels, Eckhart Tolle's work, Bhagavad Gita, a guy who's a cult leader and kind of weird, but there's great nuggets, is Osho. Okay, I read a lot of Osho. What they don't show you in the documentary where he's a cult leader is that he had damn good content. Okay, the base of any cult's damn good content. O-S-H-O. Okay, he had damn good content. A lot of weird stuff. Okay, you gotta learn how to filter, my friends. Okay, learn how to filter. Okay, if Osho goes on a weird direction, you can filter it, but just get the nuggets. Osho had a lot of great nuggets, even though I didn't agree. I mean, based around a sex cult. But the point is that yeah, it's totally like hilarious. Oh, but you know what's funny about that? The documentary actually showed exactly what I'm talking about. He lived in an isolated town in Oregon, and a lot of those people that were up there were Christian, which I like Christianity better than I like New Age. But the point is that the Christians up there actually were very rigid and very low vibe. The weird cult members in Osho's group, a lot of them were actually pretty high vibe. And so the people that are supposedly morally upstanding would judge the people that were higher vibe. Now, I prefer the Christian moral code that the farmers had. But as far as the actual energy and transformation, I tended to like more of what I saw from the people in the Osho cult, because they were actually more present to the moment, had more energy flowing, they were more tapped in, they had more of a vision, whereas the farmers were actually very rigid. Like if you saw them, they were kind of like this is what they look like. They were like, I'm kind of imitating. They're like, I don't like that they're here. We're just trying to run our little farm, right? That's not someone actually infused with the Holy Spirit. That's not someone infused with the present energy. That is someone who is trapped in the very dense logic of the mind, who's not flowing and not tapped in. Someone that what Eckhart Tolle would call mind identified. And if you study the Gospels and what the Gospels are actually saying, not at the surface, but what they're pointing at is something much, 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 much different. So again, stop using quoting scripture or acting like a Hindu guru as the epitome of spirituality. It's about actual transformation, okay? Now, let me show you how I brought that same ideology into social skills like dating and attraction, as well as money. So my biggest thing, like I said, my biggest claim to fame is that I land the motherfucking plane, okay? Say the word land. The motherfucking plane. Lands the motherfucking plane. Okay, so that means that by age 25, 26, you've done your first multi-million-dollar launch. That means that you're dating incredible fucking people and that you know how to go out and crush it. That means that you are spiritually waking up. And that also means, in my view, that you have some kind of larger purpose in life that you love. You're traveling. Hopefully you're moving towards building a family. Baller shit, okay? Real baller shit. So understand, okay, so again, just in review, when I go Eckhart Tolle, bitch, what is the exact reason why I talk like that? What am I trying to say? How much money in hardware am I wearing right now?
200 G.
How much am I wearing? Isn't it a little bit silly that somebody wearing that's like Eckhart Tolle? Okay? Osho used to do this. I learned it from Osho. How many Rolls Royces did Osho have?
86.
He had, was it 86? Yeah, I can't quite remember. So he had something like, is that confirmed? Okay, so let's say he had 86 Rolls Royces, but he's a spiritual guru. I'm not a spiritual guru, by the way, so I'm allowed to have Rolls Royces. I don't put myself out there as a spiritual guru. I'm just saying that's something that helped me with my money and helped me with my social skills. So I'm not holding myself out as a spiritual guru. But what I'm saying is, why can't you have bling and be a spiritual guru? Well, what would they say? They would say that it is attachment to the physical, correct? It's not the non-physical. That's what they would say.
There's always
It's ego. What's that?
There's always a worry about losing it.
Yeah. Go ask my friends. Actually, I got videos of this. What I look like when I annihilated my leg in a gruesome injury. Can anyone guess what I look like?
Very possible.
I look like this. No reaction. When I found out I would never walk again, probably. What was my reaction like?
Still.
Like this. You think I've never lost little toys like this? Or lost a lot of money? Guess what my reaction is? Minimal reaction. Okay? So look, I can have a bad day here or there, but it's very rare. So the point that I'm getting at is that you should be able to have money, and you should be able to go travel, and you should be able to be a baller and still be a spiritual person. You can walk, repeat this after me. You can walk, and chew bubble gum at the same time. Okay? So I take spiritual growth very seriously. I spent 5 years in nature. I mean, that's kind of fucked up. Do you guys remember how big my following used to be when I had it rolling? And then I just stopped for half a decade and I went to nature. Who do you know that just goes up in the mountains like, I'm just going up in the mountains for 5 years, Peace, fuckers. Batman, yeah. So I don't care, okay? So I've done all that, okay? I've sat up in Glacier, Montana as a grizzly bear walks by me. I've done all that. So I've been up in the middle of the rainforest and why, not sure how I'm gonna get it, all sorts of stuff. I've done all this. The point that I'm getting at is you don't have to cosplay or LARP your spiritual development. That's LARPing. That is LARPing. I mean, imagine today, I'm just like, look, I'm gonna dominate the spiritual guru field, and I just started cosplaying like hardcore. Could you imagine how great at cosplaying that shit I'd be? Come on, man. Could anyone in this whole generation be a better cosplayer than if I just woke up, I'm like, I'm gonna do the Eckhart thing. I'm gonna do that shtick. The shtick. I'm gonna do the shtick. Right? Anyone can cosplay that. It's not about that. The people that were criticizing Nala are cosplaying Christians. They're not actual Christians. Look in their pupils. They're miserable. They're judging. They're miserable as fuck. They're angry. You know what they use religion for? To shame. Anyone here have religious trauma where you grew up and your parents or people use religion to shame you? So did that make you want to learn more about Jesus? Did that make you want to learn more about awakening? Or did that just make you think this is a weird cult and they use it to shame you and they're fucking evil? Former or latter? Yep. Right? It's pushing people away. Let me ask you guys a question. When people say, Jesus is the way and the truth and the light, when people say that, are you like, I really should go read the Bible? Or does it look like a drone who you should keep away from and not read what they're reading? Which one? Right? So when people say that to me, they go, Jesus is the way and the truth and light. I'm like, do you have any of your own opinions? What's the way, the truth, and the light? I'm like, what do you have to say about it? It's the way and the truth and the light. Okay, what do you have to say about it? What did you get out of it? Have you had a transformation? When I look in your pupils, do I see God's light coming out of your fucking pupils? Or do I see someone who's in groupthink and in cult programming like the COVID lockdown people? What am I seeing? I'm seeing another version of far leftism where the people are in a cult. They're not, here's what's crazy. The way the devil gets you, and Jesus says this in the Gospels, the way the devil gets you, the way the devil pushes you away from God is some of the following ways, among many ways, but here's some of them. Get the followers to look like they're in a cult. Does the average follower of Jesus get you guys wanting to go back and read the Gospels if you're intelligent? No. Or does it make you say, keep this shit the fuck away from me? This shit is weird. I can only speak for myself. I would see the average Christian and go, whatever they read, I am never looking at it ever. As a result of this, many of my friends, Aaron Dowdy, a friend of mine, and many others, will report they've been to India, done meditation. They've gone to every guru. They've learned from every spiritual school. They've read like Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland, but they won't go near the Bible. Why? Why?
They look like they're in a weird cult.
They look like they're in a cult. Okay? When someone comes up to you and they're like, Jesus is the way and the truth and the light. You're like, well, what did you learn from it? I learned that when you accept Jesus, you're not going to go to hell and you'll go to heaven. Okay. So this is like some weird deal that you made to not burn in hell. Like, what did you actually learn? Here's where it gets interesting. The Bible is very similar to Eckhart Tolle's stuff. And it's very similar to Tao Te Ching. But if you say that to a lot of Christians, they freak out and they think that you're trying to do some kind of witchcraft. Okay? So understand that the basis that it's trying to teach you, let me show you what it's actually trying to teach you. This is going to fuck your mind up. You guys want me to fuck your mind up a little bit? Yeah. Okay, I'll show you what it's basically trying to teach you, okay? You think that you're awake. Okay, follow me here, okay? Here's what you're actually being taught. You believe that you're awake. You believe that you're thinking. And then a guy like Eckhart Tolle says, try to still your mind for 1 minute. And when you try to still your mind for 1 minute, when you're new to this, if you're first coming to it, what you rapidly learn is you can't. And then you go, wait a minute. I thought I was thinking all these thoughts, but it was on autopilot. It was all these thoughts were autopilot the entire fucking time. It was never me. It was never me. Because if I can't stop my brain from having autopilot thinking, then it's not me. It's just a bunch of nerves firing off in my brain, tricking me to think that it's me. Okay? That's largely what's happening. Now, what's actually happening is that you do become conscious in gaps. So what the brain will do is under high degrees of pressure, it'll actually shut off the autopilot and then let you emerge and then make critical decisions in the moment. So what the brain does is it keeps you on autopilot like 90, maybe even 99 point something percent of the time, but it will let you become conscious and proactive, not reactive, a little bit here and there. The art of reclaiming consciousness is getting it to where 99% of the time you're the one in charge and the autopilot is much less. I don't know about the exact percentage, I'm just talking shit. But you know my general point, okay? I'm just talking shit. So now, I'm not a scientist, I'm just talking shit, but you know my point. That's the general direction. So, your mind is giving you autopilot thoughts. So then, if your mind is giving you autopilot thoughts, then what are you?
A drone.
You are the witness behind the autopilot thoughts, okay? Say the word the witness, behind the autopilot thoughts. So then what happens is, as you are the witness behind the autopilot thoughts, once you identify as the witness behind the autopilot thoughts, you say to yourself, well, that's actually me. Okay, so say the word, that's actually me.
That's actually me.
The thoughts aren't me.
The thoughts aren't me.
The witness is me.
The witness is me.
Once you say the word re-identify, as the witness, then your systems come online. You're no longer in reaction. You're no longer in autopilot. Okay? Because basically, in other words, if you keep identifying with the thoughts, then those thoughts become, you're feeding energy and focus into those thoughts, right? So then you become what's called a mind identified. Say mind identified. So then what happens is that if you're mind identified, the thoughts are very real, right? So if you get upset, you're like, Now here's where it gets crazier, okay? This is advanced. Can I go a little advanced?
Yes.
You guys following this?
Yes.
I'm gonna go a little advanced. What happens is that the mind becomes parasitic consciousness. Say parasitic consciousness. So in other words, it actually gets its own flywheel momentum and it becomes its own living being and wants to shut off the witness. Say it becomes a parasite. It becomes its own living being and wants to shut down the witness. Which basically means that what you actually are, say that. What it basically means is what I actually am is asleep and is being murdered. It's true. This is real. It's 100% real, or at least 99% real. So what's happening is that it gets its own momentum. Now, if you want to know my theory on why this happens, I have a few different theories, but a big one, I think that modern society kind of does it to us. So if you actually study prehistory, I would urge you, write this down, spend 3 to 4 hours a night, write this down, for 2 weeks minimum, watching videos on YouTube or, you're seeing this in the future, whatever platform exists, VR or whatever we're looking at in the future, about prehistory. Okay? You've got to study prehistory. If you haven't studied prehistory, you need to understand prehistory has been going on for well over 100,000 years and really millions of years. So you've got to understand where we came from, the environments that we came from, and what we've been through. I would predict to you that if you spent that time studying prehistory, you would rarely ever get in a bad mood ever again. It would almost never happen. And you'd never feel like a victim, and you would never feel intimidated. You'd rarely feel tired. It literally changes you, because we're also interested in UFOs. We're interested in the future. We're interested in going to Mars. Well, maybe we'll figure a lot out about those in the coming years. We actually might, and maybe we won't. I don't know yet. Although I can tell you that I have a video of a UFO going behind my head, and I'll show that to you sometimes. Anyone here ever seen that?
Yeah, no.
It was an old video of me and Julian in San Diego. Anyone here ever see that?
Was it a pill?
It's a fucking, one of those fucking things that you see in those like Fox News videos going behind our heads. It's super crazy. People used to comment about it in the videos all the time. But anyway, yeah, I'll dig it up. But anyway, look, the point is, might have been I kept thinking it was a drone, and people kept saying, it's not a drone. I'm like, I think it's a drone. Then I kept looking like, that's fucking weird. Anyway, look, we may find out about, it's called UAPs, UFOs. We may find out about that. We may go to Mars. We may find out about the future. Who knows, right? You know what we can learn a lot right now? The past. And what do you think is more relevant to you? The past. Because it's who we are. All of us in this room are related, by the way. Do you guys know that? Every single one of us are related. We're literally all related. We're family. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. So, study prehistory, and what you'll basically find, look, here's like the Coles Notes of it. Do you guys know what the short-faced bear is? Okay, how recently is 11,000 years ago in terms of history? Like how, in 11,000 years in terms of history, how recent is that? Like crazy. 11,000 years ago, we had, and I don't know if that's the exact number, but something like this, we had woolly mammoth in North America. We had the short-faced bear. Short-faced bear was like a 12-foot tall bear that was faster than a car and was just a murder machine, okay? And that's what we had to fight to get down here. Insane. You had the giant sloth. This thing was like the size of like a small building with like armor on its shit, like armor on its skin and stuff. It would just go around, and if you try to kill it, it would like start swiping at you. It's huge, and humans would go kill these things with spears. I don't even want to try to fuck up a squirrel, okay, with a BB gun. It's freaked me out, okay? I don't want to fight one of those regular bears. I don't want to even try to figure out how to fuck up a sloth. But like, okay, we had dire wolf, saber-toothed tigers. I mean, it was fucking nuts, okay? We came up in hyper violence. Also, look up the Neanderthals. Neanderthals were super G's, super gangster. We all have like 2% Neanderthal blood, or most of us. You've got a big chunk of Neanderthal blood. You know about that? Do you get tested? You just look like you got tested. We actually all have it though. Yep.
On Netflix, there's a series called The Dinosaurs.
Yep.
You talk about that. 200 million years ago, this was happening.
Yep.
100 million years ago, this was happening.
Yep.
And so on and so on.
Yeah. It's crazy what we come from, okay? And we barely know our history from even like over like a couple thousand years ago. Even a few hundred years ago, we barely know shit. So this is like it's like the first inning in a baseball game, barely here, right? So understand, guys, where we come from. You literally, your DNA can fuck up a woolly mammoth, can fuck up a short-faced bear, can fuck up a giant sloth. You can fuck up an ice age. You can literally fuck up an ice age, right? So can you imagine how present we would have been back then? How in tune with our instincts? So what modern society does is it gets us more in the parasitic consciousness. That's a little bit more of what's happening, okay? So that's one of the major reasons why I suspect that we became like this. But let's circle back. The point that I'm trying to get is that we get a parasite false identity as an overlay over who we actually are, okay? I'm going to show you how this happens really quickly. I've talked about this in other talks, but I think it's worth repeating because it's so valuable. Think about it like a flywheel. A flywheel basically spins up off its own momentum, okay? So let's say right now, for example, you're a heroin junkie. If you have to shoot heroin, there's still some resistance in between when you've got to cop the heroin. Maybe you give a hand job to old man in the park, get the heroin, you got to cop it. There's some resistance there, right? Until you get to shoot it. Then you get super high, like that, right? And then you just want more heroin. Now, what if you could get heroin just by doing this? How much would a heroin junkie be doing it? Okay. Now, what if the heroin junkie could just think the word heroin? What would happen? They go heroin, heroin, heroin. They go, like that, right? And then if you had someone who could do that, you go like kind of slap me and be like, hey, Danny, it's Owen. Hey, wake up, Danny. Stop saying heroin for a sec so you can come down from your high and we could talk. But at a certain point, there'd be so much looping on the word heroin that the conscious will is gone. Say the word, the conscious will is gone. This is a bad topic, but I've experienced it, so I'm going to ask you guys in case someone can share what it's like, because I can otherwise. Has anyone here ever lost a friend or family member to the streets where they became a full-on junkie and lives in the streets? Anyone here ever had that? Try to just keep this brief. Describe a bit what it's like to lose a family member to the streets or a friend to the streets and how they act. Very short, like 30 seconds.
Horrible.
Loud.
Horrible.
like crushing, like devastating. They're gone forever.
Yeah, can you talk them out of it?
Could not.
Can't talk them out of it. Who else has seen this? Yell it out. Tell me, just yell to the audience what it's like for 10 seconds.
It's quick.
Louder.
Painful. It's quick. It's painful. It's one of the worst things you'll ever feel in your life.
Yeah, can you talk them out of it?
No, there's nothing you can
Is there even anyone there behind the eyes?
do. There's nothing you can do.
Anyone else? Anyone else seen it? Okay, so I had a buddy who got addicted on alcohol. And what I realized was, like, it got to the point that he would drink himself almost to death. Like, he would sneak down and drink himself almost to death. This is one of my good friends, like, cool dude, really cool dude. We had to handcuff him to the banister on the stairwell because if we went to bed, he would sneak down and drink himself until he'd have to go to the hospital. I didn't know what to do. He would drink himself to the point he'd be pissing his bed, puking everywhere, and then we talked to him, and I talked to him like, bro, like, you're gonna die, like, what the fuck? And he'd be like, Owen, I totally get it. I'm not gonna keep drinking. He's like, that shit was stupid. I was just upset over my ex. I'm totally fine. I'm like, are you there? Is this you? He's like, yeah, it's me. And then the second I leave the room, he would just start pounding alcohol again. I'm like, yo, dude, I'm like, bro, I thought you said you're good. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm good. Here's what you gotta understand. He wasn't there anymore. He would lie. Look, I'm trying to help this dude, so I brought him down to a place called Next Health in LA, where they do IVs, and I brought him down there to help get some vitamins in him and help hydrate him to shake it off, right? We go down, and me and him are chatting. It's completely normal. He's like, oh, dude, thanks for helping me out here. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not gonna drink anymore. I'm totally good. Like, totally normal. I go in the IV, and he goes, here, I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm just going to the bathroom. I don't think anything of it because he's completely normal. He's just laughing at how dumb it was. Like, oh, I just did some silly thing. We go get the IV. We're talking. At the end of the IV, he leans down and throws up all over himself. I say to the people doing the IV, I say, yo, does your IV cause someone who'd been drinking to throw up? They're like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, did you go sneak out and get alcohol when you said you're going to the bathroom? He goes, no, I didn't. You need to understand, nobody was home. He wasn't there anymore. The alcohol was like a soul possession running his brain. What do they tell you about people hooked on hard drugs, alcohol? What do they say is the only answer? It's very sad. It's the most horrible answer ever. Yell it loud.
Rock bottom.
Yell it fucking loud.
Rock bottom.
Everybody say that word.
Rock bottom.
It's rock bottom, okay? So that's the only, because what happens is that the flywheel's going, and it's the only thing that will stop the flywheel, okay? So to stop the flywheel, you need something called an opening. Say the word opening.
Opening.
Okay, so an opening is when things get so horrible that the mind allows the consciousness to intervene. So repeat this after me. Things get so horrible, the mind allows who you actually are to come back online. So basically, people are walking around not online. They're not actually online. Now, my buddy, who could talk completely normal, looked absolutely fine. He didn't look bad at all. Not at all. A guy like Gabor Mate, he has this book called In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts. And the major lesson in the book, In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, is that we look down on a junkie like we're not them. But the point that he's making is we are all actually unconscious in the same way, but our vice is simply more functional, whether it's complaining, being a victim, shopping, gambling, like something that is not as intrusive, but the same fundamental unconsciousness is actually still there. It's really still there. So here's how this kind of plays out, okay? The flywheel, the way that it works is you need resistance in order to come online, okay? Otherwise, watch what happens, okay? Here's the things that keeps you asleep. Repeat this after me. Say the word ego.
Ego.
Now, by the way, before I use that word, ego in clinical psychology is a very good thing, okay? So clinical psychology, if you don't have an ego, it means you're a psychopath. You want an ego in clinical psychology. In spirituality, it's the parasitic energy. So they're used interchangeably, unfortunately, okay? But anyway, so you want to have like a healthy ego, but not a parasitic energy form overlapping your consciousness, right? So there's two different things here, okay? So repeat the word ego.
Ego.
So the ego, which is I'm cool, what do they say about me, What do they think of me? Do I get validation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's the ego, okay? Then you have, repeat this after me, biological drives. That's like I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm horny, I'm angry, I'm sleepy. That's your biological drives. The other one is social conditioning. Say social conditioning. Okay, again, I'm like the most extreme lover of the Bible you'd almost ever meet. But if I see someone going, when I see someone who's had a transformation and real alchemy from the Bible, I'm excited. But when I see someone zone out and go, Jesus is the way and the truth and the light, and you're going to hell, and shame, 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 that's not a Christian to me. That's exactly what Jesus was talking about in the Bible about the Pharisees. So I don't take that seriously at all. And by the way, I've talked to many people like this. In my experience, they're as unreachable as my friend with the alcohol. Unreachable. I cannot reach them, and that's what turns a lot of people away from God. So it's a really, really crazy thing, okay? So isn't it crazy that the book itself talks about performative virtue? You remember in the Bible it says if you do something nice for the homeless, don't brag about it. It's between you and God. Talks about how the Pharisees are doing performative religion that's keeping people away from God. And yet many people copy not the way of Jesus, but of the Pharisees. That's what was so shocking when I finally read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm like, it's all here. It's all here. This is amazing. Like, I didn't know that that's what it was. I didn't know. I was shocked. I thought it would be some cult indoctrination when it's actually cult deprogramming. Jesus is a cult deprogrammer. But how did a lot of religion wind up? Not all cases. It's not all good or bad. It's gray area. A cult. In a lot of cases. Because what is real awakening? It's a transformation. It's when that parasite, that satanic parasite, dissolves. Okay? But let me get deeper. This is really, really big what I'm going to show you. This may be the most, from my point of view, the most important thing you'll ever learn in your life. From my point of view. So the ego function, like, let's think about what your actual thoughts are. Let's look at this like thought form. Look at how your brain's working. Oh, I'm hungry, I'm cold, I'm horny, I'm sleepy. Is that you, or is that just like biological functions? Biological. Okay, that's biological drives. I'm cool, I'm cooler than them, I'm better than them. They said, what about me? Fuck you. Is that you, or is that just your ego as used in the Eckhart Tolle sense? Ego. That's ego, right? How about social conditioning? Jesus is the way and the truth and light, or we gotta save grandma, like in COVID, stuff like that, right? Is that social conditioning, or is that what they actually think? Okay, so what I'm getting at here is the person actually having that, like, do they own it, or is it the slumber of biological drives, the slumber of ego, the slumber of social conditioning? We also have different addictions, right? Like, even if you're just addicted to carbs, your brain's just like, I need carbs, right? Like, there's actual proof that we have different, like, I forget if it's like candida, but it's like different things in the body that hijacks your brain and makes you think you want certain foods. So you get hijacked by that. You know what else hijacks you? Synaptic superhighways that you built via repetitive thoughts. Okay? Like, if someone's mad all the time, they're just waiting to get mad. That network is just waiting to get mad all the time. I've taken people that are kind of like angry at life and put them in the happiest, most beautiful environments you've ever seen. You can take the girl out of the trailer park. You can't take the trailer park out of the girl, right? You get someone who's been gangbanging his whole life under threat, and he's built synaptic superhighways in his brain to get in fights and to be highly defensive. You put him in a chill environment, he's going to think that people are out to get him, and he's going to be provoking fights. I came from a rough background. That's how I know. They think everyone's ready to fight, ready to throw down. They're seeing it through that lens. That's not them. What Eckhart Tolle says is that real awakening is the present, ever-present, infinite now of the witnessing consciousness. But here's what Eckhart's getting at, and I take it a layer further. The major epiphany is this, in my view. And this is the one that's going to shock you. Are you guys okay with being shocked a bit?
Yes.
In my view, and I can't prove this, but I've studied human beings and done coaching and been around people for decades. My view is this. I actually believe that human beings have this kind of empty space for God, and that we don't even actually exist. There's actually not anything there in the way that you think it is. We do exist, but we don't, okay? We do, but we don't. It's a paradox. I'll explain. So, if somebody is able to become very present and they are able to detach from being dominated, so again, biological drives, are they good or bad? Good. They're good. They're very, very good. Part of why I didn't get sick in 15 years is I listened to my body. Okay? I listened to my body. Biological drives are good. But you remember what we said, the mind is a great slave, but a cruel master. Say the word great slave. Great slave. Cruel master. Cruel master. So in other words, you could recognize, oh, you know, like maybe you go in a cold plunge or a sauna and you go, oh, I'm hot. But you can actually use your conscious mind to stay in that sauna longer than you expected to. So the sauna provides the, say the word, necessary resistance, for awakening. Okay? Say the word awakening, is triggered by conscious non-resistance. Okay, so for example, if you're in the sauna and you're mind dominated, you know, biological drives, ego, etc., you're like, I'm hot, I gotta get out. If you're run by the soul, then you're present and not on autopilot, and you can say, it's safe to be in here another 5-10 minutes. Yes, this is uncomfortable, but I'm not gonna resist it, and that actually triggers awakening. That is why many spiritual practices are the following: food fasting, sauna, meditation, right? Why does food fasting trigger awakening? Because if you say present, here's what happens, okay? If you say present through the hunger, at first you're like, hunger. But what happens after? You break through, say the word breakthrough, and your soul turns on. So what happens is that you go like that, and you become super present, and the hunger is there, but this beautiful feeling of being connected to God overpowers the hunger. If you're in the sauna or the cold plunge, what happens is that you're like, oh, it's cold, or it's hot, and you feel it, and you resist, and then boom, your soul comes online. You feel it come online. That's why things like sweat lodges, even though they have a bad rep because people like die to them and stuff, so be aware. But things like sweat lodges can be a powerful spiritual practice, okay? Hiking deep in nature to the point of exhaustion is a powerful spiritual practice. Got it, guys? So what happens is that these spiritual practices awaken us. Can anybody here guess what two of my primary spiritual practices are?
Hiking, nature.
I do a lot of very, very aggressive, hardcore nature hikes that are dangerous and long and brutal, but I have other ones. You should know, they're very obvious.
Meditation.
I do meditation, but it's a lot more obvious than that. Long, free associative free events. You're watching it now. So when I came in here, my public speaking was less dialed. That is because I was public speaking from the mind. As I shift throughout this weekend, I will speak more from the soul, which will raise the vibe. Why? Because I will be up here for many long hours, and it is uncomfortable on my throat, on my nervous system, on my body. It's gonna beat the fuck out of me. And then, like food fasting or like the sauna, it forces my soul to turn on. Okay? That's what you're seeing here. Okay? So, likewise, another one is going out and working on social skills. Rejection, when taken as, say the word rejection. When taken as an opportunity for conscious non-resistance, awakens the soul. This is real. Who here's ever done it where you actually followed what I told you, and you went out and you approached a ton of people, and as you approached a ton of people, you became more and more awake? Who here's ever had that experience? You ever notice you get a high off of it? Then did you notice that as you kept doing it, you could suddenly free associate, you could talk, you could joke. It's like you became a different person. Energy started flowing out of you. And now everybody's drawn to that energy because you don't have a taker energy of the mind, but you have a giving energy of the soul. Okay? So going out is my spiritual practice. Now, again, talk about performative versus not performative spirituality. You'd think that going out to meet women would be ego-driven. That's not true. Let me show you an example of why. MySpace, Tom, you guys know the platform MySpace, is a buddy of mine. I used to coach him a little bit. Tom, he's okay with me saying it. Tom is a friend of Justin Bieber. And we would bump into Justin at Voda Spa in LA. And Justin knows Tom because I think MySpace is how Justin came up, if I remember correctly, something like that. So we'd always be chatting. And what would happen is Justin would say to me, and I don't think he even knows who I am, by the way. I'm not trying to front like I'm homies, like me and Justin are kicking it or something. But I'm just saying, we've chatted a bunch of times at Voda. So basically, Justin would say, my preacher says that I should stop banging these hoes and that I should get married. Now, when you're Justin Bieber and all you do all day is bang these hoes, so to speak, right, quote unquote, and then you get married, that is a very deeply spiritual act. Because if you have hundreds of thousands of women swarming you and your body is telling you to have sex with all of them and you say, no, I'm going to find a partner, that is a deeply spiritual act. Now, ready for some irony? Want a little bit of irony? Who here knows who his preacher was that told him to get married? Ha, ha, ha. God has humor. Ha, ha, ha. What was the name of his preacher?
Owen.
Carl Lentz, the supreme cheater and fuckboy. Turned out he was banging these hoes. Okay, Joe Rogan was talking about it. He's like, this looks like the ultimate fuckboy. He's got a dick root. I mean, this guy had abs down to his dick. And he would like show it off. Looks basically dressed like a complete fuckboy. And yet now look at talk about performative spirituality. This guy, look, I'd kick it with Carl. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a cool dude. I think he's a great guy. I'm not trying to, throw shade at him, right? He who is without sin cast the first stone. I'd love to meet the guy. But you still got to see the humor. Okay, I think he's a great guy. But you still got to see the humor that he made a business of telling Bieber, you've got to go to a higher standard, Bieber. Don't be banging these hoes. But what was Carl doing? Oh, he was banging these hoes, right? Look him up. Look up Carl Lentz. Look what he looks like. Look him up. Look him up. Tell me this guy's not banging these hoes. Carl Lentz. But now do you guys see what I'm saying about this LARPing shit? Guys, what's the oldest business in the world? Shame. All you got to do is shame people. Do you see him? Do you guys see him? He's a fuckboy, right? He's got the fuckboy glasses, the fuckboy clothes. He's got the whole fuckboy swag. This man's just pimping it, right? He was being a preacher so he could get to the front of a room so he could have social proof. And he'd be like, let me help you atone for your sins, girl. So, okay, so do you guys see how he could manipulate Justin? Justin, you're bad. Okay, guys. Do you see how you can use performative, cosplay, LARPing spirituality to shame everybody else so that they'll pay you? Do you guys see that? Confess your sins to me. You are going to hell. It's the biggest grift in the world. So spirituality, the way the devil keeps people away from spirituality is he turns it into a grift. That preacher who's flossing like he's this big, morally upsetting guy was doing the same behavior that he was being paid by Justin, probably. I don't know for a fact or exact arrangement, but let's just say theoretically, or at least have the social proof from Justin. But he was doing the same thing himself. It was performative. Now let's circle back to Justin. If Justin Bieber has 100,000 women trying to get his sperm, and he says, no, I'm marrying Haley, is that spiritual? Yes. Fuck yeah, that's spiritual. If a crusty keyboard, bitter incel with a vape is sitting in his basement and he says, I'm not going to go out and be social. I'm going to resist that. I'm going to sit in my basement with my vape and my crusty keyboard eating my mom's meatloaf. Is that a spiritual practice? No. Yes, it is. It's called the vape, cum, and meatloaf method to spirituality. So, okay. So, actually, you know what's funny? One man's spiritual suppression could be another man's awakening. For me to sit in my basement, jacking off, eating meatloaf, and vaping would be hard. That would be spiritual. I'd have to meditate through that. I'd hate it. Right? So for me, that would actually be giving something up. But what I'm saying is that it depends on the individual. Okay? For Bieber, not going out and meeting people was deeply spiritual. Because he has women jumping at his dick all day. But, I mean, did you guys see that video of Billie Eilish, like, crying because he gave her a hug? Like he healed her with hypergamy. Like the hypergamy healing. You guys see this? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Okay, she's like, oh, it's crazy. Okay, even his own wife's like, do it, do it. So the thing is, for Bieber, that's real. But something that would seem egotistical, like going out and meeting women, if you were so good, try to follow this, okay? If you were so good at it, right? If you were so good at meeting women that you just went out and all these women were dropping to their knees and begging you for sex, that would probably be ego reinforcing, right? It'd be degenerate. Say the word degenerate. Degenerate. And ego reinforcing. Okay? Like if Justin Bieber just has casual sex all day, is that degenerate and ego reinforcing and take him away from his soul? Or is it helping his soul if he does that? It's bad. It's very, very bad. What losers love to do is pretend they're Bieber. They imagine that there's this like pit of sex that they're being beckoned into, right? Like gorgeous women like having lesbian sex and looking up and being like, just come in here, Ricky. Come and join us. And Ricky, the crusty keyboard vaping incel, is like, oh no, I could never. Right? And they're like, just come, Ricky, come. Oh, come. He goes, no, demon, no! Back to my mom's basement, right? That's what Ricky thinks in his mind. He thinks he's spiritual. Do you guys see how spirituality is the ultimate way to claim fake superiority? It's the ultimate way to claim fake superiority. There's a word for that. It's called spiritual bypassing. Say that. Spiritual bypassing. Okay. You had a question? If it's quick.
Not a question, but like there is totally a narcissism to being a loser a lot of the time.
What he said was there's a narcissism to being a loser. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. So let's keep this rolling. For the average guy who goes out and learns social skills, he's not being beckoned into an orgy by supermodels. He's looking at about 3 years, anywhere from, well, if you learn from me, it'd be 3 days, but we'll leave that to the side. But for somebody who doesn't know me, he's looking at 2-3 years of brutal rejection. Absolute brutal rejection until he gets out of his head. That rejection is a more extreme version of a sauna. That rejection is a more extreme version of a cold plunge. What's more uncomfortable? A night of being rejected again and again as you learn about social calibration, or a cold plunge? I promise you, if you learn social skills properly and you go out, it's absolutely fucking brutal. And the only way you're going to survive is spirituality. It's the Bhagavad Gita. All you're entitled to is the process, not the result. That's your only way that you're going to survive that shit. That's why most men, what do they do to meet women? To handle it so they don't want to commit suicide? What do? They drink alcohol. They drink alcohol to shut their brain off because the experience is so tough. So to do it without alcohol is a deeply, deeply spiritual experience, because here's why it's so spiritual, okay? You've got to understand, I don't even care about sex that much. I actually think a lot of casual sex can be degenerate. So what I care about is a guy who's trapped in his head, a loser, hasn't made his first million, spiritually asleep, run by a parasitic consciousness that fears rejection deeply, because the rejection would dissolve the parasite, and actually having the conscious will to say several nights a week, I'm going to put myself out there and go talk to someone. And I'm going to be okay with it. And here's what you'll find. It's actually, okay, when I go socialize and I go out, I can just go and make very casual small talk, and it usually goes amazing. It goes amazing. So when people see me doing that, I'm just doing small talk, and they go, well, I also do small talk. How come it doesn't go the same for me as it does for you? Based on what I've talked about here, why does it go amazing for me, but not someone who says the exact, someone taller than me, better looking than me, says the same things, but it goes better for me than them? Why does it go better for me based on what I'm showing here?
Different nonverbals.
Different nonverbals is 100% true. What else? Outcome independence is very true. Energy frequency is very true. What else?
They're not present.
They're not present is very true. So what's happening is I went out for many years. As I was rejected, I probably have more combined rejections than everyone in this room, and more combined rejections than everyone in every seminar that I will teach at this whole year. I probably have more combined rejections than everyone that I teach for the next 5 or 10 years. Okay? So I've been rejected the most of probably anyone, maybe ever. Maybe ever. I was also in the book The Game by Neil Strauss, where I look like a dickhead, although I got millions of leads from it, can't complain. And I was also mega canceled in 2014. And I had hater videos for years. And I get hater media pieces for years because they take what I say, they take something deeply spiritual and profound that I'm saying, and they turn it into something that it's not in the weirdest ways you've ever seen. And they find little random quotes, because I'll say things like, bang these hoes, as a obvious joke. And they're like, look what he's teaching them to do. And I'm like, bang these hoes. And they're like, look, he's teaching it. I'm like, I'm doing a parody of an idiot. But they'll take it like it's real. They take my parodies and make it look real. They do this all the time. They cut me out of context all the time. Media attack me for years. So basically what's happening is I've taken all this rejection. What that rejection did for me, because I did it sober, what it did for me was it killed the parasite. As the parasite is a taker energy. It's trying to take to reaffirm its own existence. The ego needs ego gratification. It needs validation. It needs approval. I killed it so many times. Here's what it used to feel like. Anyone here ever feel like this? I'd go out. I'd get rejected 30, 40, 50 times in a row when I was young. And the energy got heavier and heavier and felt like I was dying. Okay, I'd feel like I'm dying. And I'd be like, I just got to keep going. I just got to keep going. And I would do this when I'm young, right? Like in my early 20s. I just got to keep going. And eventually I'd feel so much like shit. I'd be like, I just want to go home. I hate this. I'm a loser. I'm a fucking idiot. I just want to go home. I fucking hate this. This is never going to work, right? Can you see why some people get into looks maxing? Right? Imagine you feel like that. And then someone like me is like, the spiritual Eckhart Tolle. And you're like, what? Just looks max, right? So like that, right? Looks maxing exists because the parasite wants a way. This is probably the most profound thing I'll say all today. Looks maxing exists because the parasite wants a way to get laid while staying alive. A looks maxer in their ego is about 5% the results as what I'm showing here. It's about 5% the results. 10 on a good day. What I'm talking about here is elite level skill set. Elite level results. Results, there's nothing even close to this. Now I can have a bad day, maybe someday I'll do a video with one of these guys and I'll suck. But I've met a bunch of them in person, and usually the girl they're with is crawling all over me, and they have to see it and they're like shocked. This happened a bunch of times, just don't publicize it. So understand, I've met them. And some of them, that didn't happen with them, they're just cool. But the point that I'm getting at here is I'm telling you, it's not what you think it is, okay? There's levels, a lot of those guys don't get it, there's levels to the game, okay? There's layers, okay? There's like, a lot of the youngins don't get it, what it's like when you study something for decades and decades and decades, and it's your entire life and it's your entire existence, how deep this rabbit hole goes. It's a deep, deep, deep rabbit hole with twists and turns and adventures and knowledge and insight and transformation. It's crazy what happens, okay? It's not a coincidence I didn't get sick for 15 years. There's all this crazy shit, okay? Now, basically what would happen is I'd go down, 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 down. And you know what I'd wish? You know what I'd wish? maybe if I just had more money, maybe if I looked better, this wouldn't be happening. That's what it is, right? And you can almost feel the money and the looks calling you, right? It's just because I'm just not good enough. But if you keep going deeper and you get rejected until you literally take that parasite and you just stomp it and stomp it and stomp it and stomp it until it's in so much pain, it deactivates, you're like, and then you feel, and it's like the clouds go like that, and you get infused with energy, and your eyes light up, and you feel so fucking good, and you just want to go say hi to people, and it's like you have light beams coming out of your eyes. It's like you're the Care Bear shooting out energy, and you have unlimited energy, okay? The train agrees. You have unlimited energy, okay? And your energy will go and go and go and go and go, and you literally never run out of anything to say. You could do a 12-hour speech without a prepared thing, like what you're seeing me doing here. You could do you could take over a whole club. You could invent some shit. You could just invent some shit, right? You're operating in a completely different gear. You're outside of the group think. You're actually awakening. It's the awakening of human consciousness, and you can learn that from going out. So this thing that's viewed as bad is interpreted as your J. Beebs with hundreds of women beckoning you into an orgy, and then you just, see, it likes the orgy, right? The train wants the orgy. So if you're J. Beebs and you're being beckoned into an orgy, and then you just go, fuck it feels good. And I'm the man, right? Which is ego reinforcing and degenerate. If you've got some shy little guy who never would have had a family, never would have had children, would have been a burden on society, would have been remember that the population's around 50-50 men and women. It's a little bit different, but it's almost identity. Every single loser guy that exists means another woman doesn't get a man. You guys understand that? Every loser guy that exists is another woman who will be either childless or will raise a kid without a partner. Okay? Will raise a kid in a broken home. So understand that if you don't teach the guy to fix this shit, it is either another broken home or it's population running off a cliff, population decrease, like what's happening in the world right now. Because a woman cannot choose to have sex with a loser. Under a patriarchy, she'd have to. So the only option she had. Couldn't even get a bank account or a car. But without a patriarchy there, she cannot get impregnated by a loser. It goes against every instinct she has. So guys, for the sake of society, you got to make this change. You have to do it. There's no way out of it. I am not a literal prophet, but, said kind of jokingly, I'm a fucking prophet, okay? I'm seeing something that the rest of the world isn't seeing, and I'm right, okay? I'm right. Because what's happening right now is there's a population crash. Are you guys aware of this? There's an actual population crash. People aren't getting married anymore. You know how you see like these older cute couples holding hands and like they made a bond 30, 40 years ago and they're gonna get to live out their lives together and they hold hands, they can look back on their families. Maybe they got married at age 21 to 23, 24. They had their families together and they get to grow old together and they're proud of what they accomplished and they get to live out their older age together. That's done. Most of you are not gonna get that unless you actually listen to what the fuck I'm telling you. Most of you are not gonna get it. That's over. That's statistically proven. It's done. There's a book called Sextinction. Okay? Like extinction, but sextinction. Women were under a patriarchy. They socially more or less had no choice but to date loser men. And now that women have a choice, they don't want to date a loser man. So the point being, now guys go, well, how come I have all this pressure, but the woman has no pressure, it's not fair, like that. Well, how did women live back in the day? In harems. The main dude would have like 10 women. Regular guys didn't get a girl. They didn't get a girl. They were weeded out. But with the patriarchy, we were able to stabilize society to whatever extent and get it where almost every guy got a girl. Well, back then, in World War II, everybody signed up to go fight Hitler, thank God. How many people right now would defend the country if China came here? How many of you would die for your current country? Well, if you don't have a wife and you don't have children, you have no stake in the country. So what we have here is a national security risk. How quickly would this country crumble if China had boots on the ground? It was like say a Taiwan conflict arose, and they just invaded. They just came in the shore in California. Are any of you guys gonna die when you have no wife, no kids? And are you guys gonna die for that? You'd probably go into self-preservation. Now, let me ask you a question. How come America can't just go walk in boots on the ground into Iran?
Because they would fuck us up.
Because they will fuck shit up. They will fuck shit up. And I don't agree with, I'm not a fan of the Ayatollah and all these guys. Fuck those guys. But the point that I'm making is that at least they stand for something. At least they stand for something. I don't agree with their beliefs, but at least they fucking stand for something. We don't. Why not? No wife, no kids. It's called a stake in the country. The men these days don't have a stake in the country. So unless we have like a bunch of robots to defend us, we're basically fucked. Now, but we may have that soon anyway. So I guess that's just where it's going. We're just a bunch of fucking weird ass losers with robots. Now, our great destiny, right, that our overlords have planned for us. Now, from there, okay, coming from the caveman legacy of fighting saber-toothed tigers and fucking short-faced bears. Now you just a bunch of robots jerk you off and you just sit there and die. Okay? So, sex robots in the future, right? So anyway, so basically what you have is this, okay? So, there has to be some kind of an awakening in the guys, okay? So people want to go back to the past. They want to bring back the patriarchy. They want to get it to where, women can't vote anymore. Women can't, they can't get a job and so on and so forth. Because they're well, look what happens when you, look what happens, when you give equal rights. Look what happens. Look what happens. They don't want me anymore. Look what happened. It's bro, how about you just stop being a bitch? Now, obviously the things that I'm talking about here, like going out and getting rejected again and again, are not scalable in the mainstream, probably. I mean, maybe there's some way to scale it. But there's other ways that people can have an awakening. I just happen to like this one. So let me tell you about this one. I would go out, get rejected again and again and again and again. I do it politely. Hey, nice meeting you. Don't bother anybody. You can just go say hi to someone. They don't want to talk. Nice meeting you. Until my ego, the parasite of my brain, was destroyed. And I'd feel, and I had you got to understand, when I'm younger, I have no spiritual training and I have no context for what this is. I try to, imagine you're me, a pioneer, no context for what any of this is, what's happening to me. No one there to tell me what's happening. No one to give me a sense of what it is. I'm just okay, I'm in my 20s. I'm okay. So I went out and I was on the verge of suicide. But then I kept pushing myself, and then I became enlightened. Okay? Well, I'll write my field report and go to bed. Right? Right? I didn't know how to explain it. Right? I didn't become enlightened, literally enlightened. I'm not even sure if that's real. But basically what would happen is my brain would stop thinking. I'd be like this. Oh, I suck. I hate this. I suck. I'd hate it. And then after 3.5 hours of that, I'd just go like this. I'd completely stop thinking. And I'd just start approaching. I'd wind up making out with 30 girls in a row. I'd wind up going home with 2 girls. And I'd be just cracking jokes. I'd be across the street, some girl would be walking across 6 dudes. I'm like, hey, like that. She would shove the guys off, run over, start making out. I'm like, what happened? What the fuck just happened? That was because when I used to record videos of real life interactions, that wasn't something that I even wanted to do because I think it's kind of weird to record videos of real life interactions, but I wanted society to see it. I'm like, society needs to see this. Rather than me being demonized for this shit, I'm just gonna give my honest opinion. I think universities should come put me under a study or some shit. Okay, if I can do, and I can do these things because all of you all see me do it. How come something like Harvard doesn't come and say, let's watch this guy? How come we know everything about the mating habits of a bug, but we don't know the mating habits of a human? You know what Harvard would tell you the mating habits of a human are? Be a nice guy. Be respectful and a nice guy. They know Nothing. And yet a lot of those profs follow my work, but they'll never say it when they're there because it's heretical, right? We think that in modern society, there's no, sacred cows. We think that we have free speech. We can say anything. Not true. Well, what do we know about free speech? Free speech, whatever you can't talk. When people want to limit your ability to talk, is that because they're afraid you're going to lie? Or is it because they're afraid you're going to tell the truth? Right? They're afraid you're going to tell the truth. Okay? So when people have entrenched power structures, they don't want you to talk. They want to keep the entrenched power structure the same. That's why censorship's always used for entrenched power structures. It's not meant to protect anybody. People can hear a wrong argument, know it's wrong. It's not meant to protect anybody. It's just meant to entrench power structures. But it becomes this like Big Bubba prison bitch dynamic, like, oh, I'll protect you, I'm Big Bubba. They're out to get you, I'll protect you. And then someone who's scared believes that. They go, yeah, censor the world for me, Daddy, censor the world, I don't want to hear any misinformation, oh my God. When in reality, people are perfectly capable of hearing the wrong information and like the majority of people will know it's bullshit. And frankly, if that's not true, then what does that say about our public education system? Well, then go fix that then at that point, okay? Then go fix that. Do you guys actually understand that any rational argument for censorship, if it was actually, follow this, key point, little gem here for you. If it was actually rational, then what you'd say is, okay, for 5 years we'll censor, and then we're gonna go fix the education system so that people aren't dumb anymore, and then we'll remove the censorship. That's the only possible rational version of that. Because if someone is so stupid that you have to play mommy and daddy to prevent them from hearing something, that means the public education system's fucked. So then you have to go fix that. But the point is that there's entrenched power structures that exist, and it's not a coincidence that all the men are retarded now. Okay? It's not a coincidence that all the men are retarded now. I don't like to make it about money, but if you haven't made your first million, and there's this much money, you might want to sit with that and say, what the hell is going on in my brain? Why am I so spaced out? Like $1 million in 2026 is like 100K a few years ago. There's so much money to be made. If you haven't cracked that yet, wouldn't that be a canary in the mine shaft that there's something going on? But yet people will hide behind a veil of false spirituality LARPing to justify it. Oh, I couldn't have enough money to feed my children healthy food. I'm spiritual, so my kids should eat bad food. I shouldn't be able to afford to take my family to a national park so they can see nature. I'm spiritual, so my kids will just look at an iPad. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm spiritual, so my kids will rot looking at an iPad eating chemicals because I'm spiritual. What? Money can be used for many spiritual things. How about free events? You ever wonder why you're like, how come I've never been invited to another free event like this before? You ever just sit with that? How come Owen makes free events? Y'all just assume I got an agenda behind it. That's what you're thinking. Like, there's probably a business model there. No, there's not. It's a horrible business model. Why do you think I do free events? Because when you have money, you can share it. When you have money, you can spread it around. So I tried to invent a system where I could do free events and float them and have everybody get to come in an environment like this. That gives me great fulfillment. That wakes up my soul. Some things are more important than money. But you want to know something that pisses me off? I don't like talking about this. Can I tell you why? I'll say some things are more important than money and that I do free events for that reason. And then other people who have never done things like that will go, yeah, see? Owen gives it away. How come you all aren't also giving it away? But what have you given away? If you see me doing this, don't use this to shame other rich people that they should do free stuff for you. You go do something free. Well, how do you think it's a spiritual practice for me to come and do free events?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, if that's not a hard yes, then all of y'all are a bunch of fucking losers. Let me say that again. Is it a spiritual practice for me to come and do a free event?
Yes.
Yes.
If I call any of my other public speaker friends, Marcel Klein, Ty Lopez, any of my buddies, and what do you think is the first thing they say to me when I say I'm in Atlanta doing a free event? What do you think is the first word? Hey, what's up, Marcel? I'm in Atlanta doing a free event. What do you think is the first word out of his mouth? Dude, stop this shit. What is wrong with you? Oh, God, man, come back here. Let's get some Zoom seminars going. You need to go to Atlanta in person. What is wrong with you? How come all the other teachers, if it's such a great business model, how come every teacher's not doing it? And then people will take how, like, I might make a little bit of money off of it, and they're like, oh, there's the catch. When I make, like, I kind of just, like, blunt my losses a bit, make a couple little sales, and literally people are like, that's the reason he did it. No, it's something that's called a spiritual practice. Some things are more important than money. But guys, how do you pay for this shit to do your spiritual practice? What do you need to do this?
Money.
What do you need? Money. What does it take to give away money?
Money.
What does it take to help the poor?
Money.
What does it take to feed your kids?
Money.
How about what does it take so that you can eat healthy food so your brain can work?
Money.
How about you going into nature and not working so you can become spiritual?
Money.
Okay, so be like, money's not spiritual. They're LARPers. They're so full of shit. They're such losers, dude. Like, fuck these people. By the way, saying the word fuck these people is spiritual. It is. Because it's the truth. Fuck these people. That doesn't mean I hate them. I don't hate them at all. I wish the best for them. I wish they're awakening for them. I'm not saying I'm perfect. But fuck that behavior at minimum, right? A bunch of spiritual people saying, be broke. Let's all be broke. Let's all be broke, and shame people. That's not spirituality. That's what drives people away from God. Fuck those people, okay? Fuck them so that pray for them to have an awakening, pray for them to wake up, pray for them to stop shaming people to get paid, et cetera, okay? Real spirituality means that you have an inner transformation, you wake up, it gives you a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of lateral thinking, you wake the fuck up and you can give more. And as you give more, you wake up more. Your body ages, but the inner light increases as you die. You'll watch your body decaying, and yet your inner light increases as you get closer to death. You ever seen this? I mean, it's just a movie, obviously, but you remember the Star Wars prequels when Master Yoda, like, he like walks in like with a cane and he's gonna go fight. Who is he fighting? Like Darth Sidious? Dooku? Was it Dooku? Did he ever fight the Emperor too? I can't remember. It's been a minute. Yeah. You fought him too? Right, so he comes in on a cane. Now, when he's in the cane, what energy is he tapping into? It's a physical body, right? Because he's old, towards his death. But then, how come all of a sudden he can bounce off the walls and he can throw down, even though he's like so old and he's a midget? The Force, right? So if you guys were to watch me, if I'm channeling right now, then what's happening is I'm tapping into a different energy. Now, you catch me on a random Tuesday at the grocery store, maybe I'm not tapping into this in that moment. So I look more like kind of like this like 46-year-old. You know what I mean? So right now my energy is more childlike. But if you catch me at a different point, I'm more like a 46-year-old. So it's the same thing, right? Like, I gotta say that one of my favorite parts being these later phases of my career, like, everybody talks about who has the best skill set. I'm not sure who has the best skill set, but I suspect it might be me. I might still be the best. I don't know, okay? But I'll say this. Convincing a bunch of NPCs that you have the best skill set doesn't mean you actually have the best skill set. Do you guys know what I mean by that? Like, just because you have the most views doesn't mean you have the best skill set. Now, for me, wanting to have the best skill set because I was so competitive, I knew that I had to go through the other people who were the best, okay? You've got to go through them, which means you've got to go see them, you've got to go study at the feet of the masters, learn from them, and then surpass them as an honor to them, okay? So my greatest honoring of my mentors is to go past where they went to. The greatest way you can honor me is to go past me. You know in the Bible, Jesus says you will do works greater than I? Paraphrase, right? That's how you're supposed to honor Jesus. It's in the works. You're supposed to try to go past. So the idea is to go past. So I always knew it doesn't matter who has the most views on YouTube, who has the most viral trend on TikTok. It's about who's actually the best, okay? So the young bucks coming up, they still got to go through me. You can't say you're the best if you don't go through me. You got to do it. You got to go through me. Got to do it. Let's go. Let's see what you got. And every old lion has his day where the young lion comes in and kills him and takes his harem. And someday, the guys with the greatest skill, because this is a whole subculture of skill set, by the way. Do you guys know about this? Oh, no, this is competitive. This is shit we don't talk about. There's a whole underground subculture, just like fighting, where people want to know who's the best. And unless you've been through me, you can't say you're the best. You got to come meet me, and we got to go out. And not just one night, because you can have a bad night or a good night. You got to go through me, okay? So I have not seen someone who said, I want to go through Owen. Like, let's see. Like, let's go find the old bull. Let's go find the old lion. Let's see if I can go through him. I haven't seen it yet. But what's funny is I've seen the videos, and I'm not impressed. So what I'd say is they got to go through me. Do you know what a joy it is for me to be fat, bald, looking like Santa? I literally have a limp because I was in a wheelchair for a long time. And I hobble out to the venue, like I literally just hobble out. I'm like this is real. I hobble. I have a hobble now. I have a limp, like a pimp step. Okay? I have a hobble, and I hobble out, and I just get there, and I'm tired. I'm 46, fucking get pushing 50. Right, like Dragon Ball Z, right? Power on, right? Go, right? Bam, 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 bam. Metaphorically, right? Metaphorically, right? It's like, okay? It's like Master Yoda, like, you know, and it's like that, right? Do you guys see me now in here, pushing 50 doing the speech? That cool, right? So it's a joy for me it was a joy to be in the early phase of my career, but it was also a joy for me to be in the later phase of my career. And I make this content specifically because I want to leave this behind, not for the fucking LARPer or cosplayer who says, oh, I had the most views, I'm the most famous. I don't care about that. I want the people that learn from me to go through me. I want them to be better than me. Honor me by doing better than me. Honor the work that I put in by saying, I'm going to surpass you. You should surpass me. That is for the people that are really in this, that play this for real. And I give away all the sauce. I give you the sauce. Everything I learn, I literally curate into all my videos. The deepest knowledge. I take the time to take weekends off, get a crowd, turn on the cameras, channel it, put it out, give it energy, make it fun, put some good production value on it, and put it out for free. I put it out, okay? And so what I'm showing you here is the sauce. I'm giving you guys the sauce. Now, a lot of my videos over time have gotten a little bit more abstract. Have you guys noticed that? But you got to understand, when you're a guru and you're leaving a legacy, you're not leaving a legacy where you're doing the same content over and over. I expect that when I'm dead and I've left my legacy for my sons to look at, for my people who follow my footsteps to look at, who are my spiritual sons, then I want them to watch from when I was 22 until I died. And they will methodically go through the content. The basics were all taught when I was 22, 23, 24, 25, which is the same foundations that the entire community uses now. Some of them have bastardized it. I could do a whole other talk about how they bastardized it, like my bastard children. But the point is that they've taken that content and I leave it there. So that's why I'm not coming here doing the basics. I do teach basics at paid events when people are paying me, but when I'm putting out content, this content is meant to be layered upon decades of content, okay? Because I make this for somebody who wants to go all the way, okay? It's a decision like enlightenment or the social path that I teach or making money. It's a choice that you do it for God, and it's a choice that you do it for awakening, and it's a choice that you go all the way. You would die for it. You would die for it, okay? You're gonna go all the way. Now, do you want to know, do you guys wonder why I made the choice to go all the way? I'm ready to die. Why would I do that? Why would I be, like, that's a weird statement. Like learning, dating, ready to die for it. What do I mean by that?
Complete commitment.
Total, absolute commitment. But why? What would drive me to that? What belief system might I have that I think about life that would drive me to be willing to die for it? For the path itself.
Legacy.
Not legacy, although I do value my legacy a lot for you guys. How about selfishly?
Expression.
My underlying belief is that life, as far as having a soul, is not guaranteed. I have the belief, personally, this is my subjective beliefs, that most people are such what you might call NPCs, that when they die, nothing will continue. I believe there's nothing there. I believe that your soul is earned via your path in life, and that if you don't have complete commitment to the birth of your soul, when the body dies, there's just a bunch of weird neural networks in your brain that were firing on autopilot. There's no energy that's been built there to go anywhere. And, you die and your brain just kind of rots and your body rots and you're dead. Very animalistic. Human beings are very, very similar to an animal. Okay? We think we're dramatically different from an animal. We're not. We are not. So total commitment does not have to be to the things that I did. I had my path, what God presented to me as my path. But every one of you in here has your path. For a woman, women teach these like quirky little courses about like embodiment and not being afraid to be seen and things like that. That's their path as women. Or maybe they have a path as a mother. Or maybe it's a more traditionally masculine woman who has her path as something more traditionally masculine, but it's who she is. I asked one of my most successful friends recently, who deals with a lot of billionaires, he said, I asked, why do the billionaires keep making money? Why do they keep doing it? You know what his answer was? He said, because it's the only way that they stay under protection. If they stop making money, they would lose the veil of protection. What does that mean based on what we just covered here? How come the billionaire has to buy another car dealership or he loses the veil of protection?
They're not tapped into the soul.
Because that was his journey. That's his journey. I don't need, you guys, as far as dating goes, I run the best parties in all of LA. I've got multiple huge estates that I run parties on. I was competing with Hugh Hefner for best party in all of LA as far back as 2015. We've got a $48 million estate in our crew. Best house in all of LA. We can do parties whenever we want. Why do I need to go do Cold Approach on Main Street in Santa Monica? It's really not for women. I've got enough money to never work for the rest of my life. Why am I out here doing a free tour? Because if I stop, what happens to the veil of protection? So what does that mean? Let's dial in the veil of protection. Are you guys following me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is really advanced, okay? This is the real self-help, not the LARPing self-help. This is the real self-help, okay? Nobody else is teaching this. I don't know why. I think a lot of the best teachers know it, but they're not teaching it. So let me show you why, okay? This is me being very vulnerable and very honest about things that I believe will be. I believe that this speech will be very misinterpreted. I think the speech makes me look like a little bit of an asshole, but I'm being honest with how I've come to understand reality with decades of repetition, decades in the trenches. Can you guys see by my nervous system that I have decades in the trenches? Can you just tell by the way my energy moves? Okay, so I've done this my whole life, and I'm very, very passionate. Let's look at the alternative. I have parties. I can meet new women whenever I want. I have money. I never have to work again. So I don't got to deal with you. 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 I don't got to deal with money. I don't even got to deal with ever getting rejection ever again the rest of my life. I just live out my life doing whatever the fuck I want. Have I earned the right to do that right now if I want?
Yes.
So I've earned the right to do that, okay? But when it said that you will lose the veil of protection, here's what it means. If all that I did was have parties, and then I just looked like Justin Bieber when he was doing that, and I'm just having sex, and then I have money so I don't need to go do a speech, that would remove the resistance, okay? Now, what is the main key, which we learned even from Eckhart Tolle and in the Bible, to spiritual awakening? Say this word, conscious. Non-resistance. Conscious non-resistance. So I'm up here, let me show you something funny, okay? How much am I, now the mics will never show this properly in the recording because the mics, like I could be booming the room and you could like watch this, okay? Watch this. Is that pretty loud? Yes. Tell the audience at home, is that pretty loud? Yes. Okay, now watch this. Is that loud? No. Is that quiet? Yes. At home, it sounds the same. There's auto balance on the mic. They don't know. They just like, because at home when you see it, it just looks like that. They don't realize I'm a true blue OG orator. I don't use speakers. The mic's connected to the camera, not to speakers. A normal teacher would have speakers in the room. I'll do speakers sometimes if it's a big enough room, but I don't need to. Can you guys hear me at the back? Yeah. Okay. Try at the back going, like that. You're not as loud as I am. Go, do that. See how much energy that burns? I'm at that volume for 10 hours a day.
At this volume?
At that volume and free associating.
Damn.
Okay? Yeah, people are not getting what I'm doing here. Like, it goes over their head. You put the shit on TikTok, they're like, this guy's a dickhead. They call me like the asshole coach. I'm like the asshole coach. Like all these like people on TikTok, like, why is this guy yelling? Can't he be quiet? So the thing, like they don't know the art form, they don't know my journey, they know nothing. They're just like, eh. So understand that there's a thought process behind this, okay? You also gotta understand, guys, for me, running a simple multi-million-dollar business is a joke. You know, you go get a bit of venture capital, you build a widget, that's a joke. Running a counterculture business is the challenge, okay? Just getting laid is a joke. Teaching a geek to do it is the challenge. Being a top cold approacher is a challenge. Just getting some fashion model to have sex with you, I've been knowing how to do that since I'm 23. So understand that like there's levels to this, right? You don't want to pick the easiest path. You want to pick the hardest one. You know something that I put out, or that I haven't put out yet, but that I built? I built a 52 video series that is a channeled work that I did by going to the most expensive shooting locations I could, spending a week in nature at each location, and then channeling the fucking video and connecting each video into the last. So it's about 100 hours of content that I shot over several years, mostly during COVID lockdown, but not all of it. And I channeled it. Do you know how much money, time, energy, and work? I would just hike up into the hardest parts that I could hike into, and I'd go make the video. Not even knowing what would come out, spending so much money, time, and energy, just praying that it would come out properly. And my mind, when I would do this, would remember back to like videos that I shot 2-3 years ago and start threading it and coming up with things that I didn't even know I knew. I didn't even know I knew. That's a challenge. That's when life gets fun. You know what I mean? Just having sex with supermodels is boring. Just being a millionaire is boring. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, okay, here's my version of a bad day, which would be my average day in LA. Wake up in a fat mansion, looking over the city, deciding which like $300 breakfast I want to go to. Go do that. Shop on Rodeo. Spend 30 grand. Decide which celebrity friend of mine or high-level friend of mine I want to go hang out with. Do that for a bit. Invite over some absolute stunner. Have sex, maybe two, have sex. Decide which other mansion of one of my friends I want to eat dinner at, or which 5-star dinner I want to eat at. So I'm kind of fat. Go there. Maybe invite another girl over. Have sex. Pick which amazing party I want to go to that I'm invited to all of them. Go. Maybe look at my new clothes that I bought on Rodeo for a bit. Maybe some new jewelry, watches, and I go to bed. Does that sound like a fun day? I hate that day so much, I'd rather die. It's so boring. It's so uninteresting. It's so boring. It's so lame, so whack. I hate it. 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 If I do that for more than a week, I literally start having suicidal ideation. I hate it. Okay, you know why? Because I can feel the veil of protection lifting, and I can feel myself going to sleep. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy, okay? It's too fucking easy. It's boring. It's easy. A bunch of people that are asleep are told that that's a good life. You know why the parasite likes it? Because that's a life that would entrench the parasite. So the parasite likes it. The parasite likes laziness. That's why the parasite builds out entire economic systems, products, and so on and so forth. So what happens is that, look, the average person, the masses, their version of fun, here's their version of fun. They are in low vibration energy, and anything that can numb that is fun. They're not actually having fun, they're just numbing it. Anything that numbs the light level trauma energy is good. Okay? So say the word numbing. Numbing. Anything that allows them not to think, so say allows them not to think. Allows them to be on autopilot. Allows them to know who they are. With a false identity. Right? That's why if you go to a lot of concerts, people just sit there like looking at Bieber, and they're just doing this. Right? Because now they're in a crowd. They're like, I get to be in a herd. I'm in the Bieber herd. Right? They're not actually having fun. They're not actually having fun. They're not actually having fun. It's all based not on joy, but on pain avoidance. Look, some girls love the Bieber concert. Don't get me wrong. Some girls are passionate about the Biebs. But I don't know why the seminar has the Biebs in it so much. But anyway, so I just came back from Coachella. They called it Bieberchella, so I'm thinking about it. So basically, so what you have is they're trying to follow this. They're numbing themselves. Marijuana, same thing. Drugs are not actually fun. They just remove the pain. If you're at a natural high, you feel so good all the time that you'd find chemical-induced highs as dirty. But most people will never even know what it's like to be awake. So it gives a facsimile of awakening. Psychedelics, the same. It's a facsimile of awakening. And I know most of you guys in here love your shrooms. Okay? You love your shrooms. I know. You had your big spiritual awakening. Do you know what it looks like when you've been dedicated your whole life to spirituality, when someone talks about magic mushrooms? It's like a tourist. Okay? It's like a LARPing spiritual person. Okay? It's spiritual LARPing. Doesn't mean that you can't get insight from it. But if you get insight from doing that stuff, what I'd urge you is take it as a nudge to get on the actual path, not to do more shrooms and ayahuasca. Okay? You don't need to see the machine elves one more time. Okay? I can look, this is all very ego-driven, and yet it's just the truth. Okay? So you know in spirituality, you're not supposed to say things that are ego-driven, but what if it's just the truth? If you're somebody who studies this stuff, you can look in someone's pupils and see how far they are along in the spiritual path. I'm not all the way there, but I know that about myself. When I talk to people that are deep in the psychedelics path, I do not detect genuine enlightenment. I do not detect genuine awakening. What I actually detect is that they got profound insight while compromising their protection shield, and that now other things can get in them and warp them. So they're getting insight at a price. I would urge you, go look up Dr. Amen, Change Your Brain, Change Your Life. Cut that shit out. You know how wine was framed by the wine industry as very healthy, but now they've proven that it's not healthy? This stuff will be the same. It'll be looked at upon with regret later. And they're bringing it in now, and they're popularizing it, and they're making it all cool and making it trendy and making it mainstream, and it's just more bullshit. You are perfectly capable of spiritual awakening via an aggressive approach using a traditional path that will be far more profound, more meaningful, more effective, longer lasting, more abiding, sustainable, and you don't need to cook your brain patterns in order to do it. I coach a lot of these big tech guys. God damn it, they love their drugs. God damn it, these tech guys love their drugs. They love it. They want to put their consciousness into a fucking machine. They want to get high. They want to go to Burning Man, go in the orgy tent, and do psychedelics, okay? And they are in a one-way ticket to Satan. So I would urge you to be aware of that, okay? And no one's going to tell you this, by the way. No one's going to tell you this because this goes against the trends in self-help, and you lose clients when you do this, okay? You will lose viewers. You will lose clients when you do this. Understand, guys, look. You guys know how NoFap is super popular? You ever notice that? When did NoFap get super popular? When did that happen? NoFap got super popular in the late 2010s. Here's how this works, trends in self-help. Pay attention, okay? Gold nugget for you here. If I'm a content creator and I'm averaging 100,000 views per video, but I make a NoFap video and it does 1 million views, I'm now incentivized to make my own NoFap video because of trend. If I say that NoFap doesn't do shit, I can't make a viral video off that. Okay? Like, look, if your biggest impediment to life is that you jacked off, you're operating at such a low level that's crazy. Okay? Like, the way that those NoFap guys would frame NoFap, they'd frame it like, you're gonna make millions, you're gonna get all these girls, like, because you didn't jack off today. That's crazy work, bro. Like, if you don't, look, some people have chronic masturbation issues. For them, NoFap is a total game changer. I acknowledge that, right? If someone's like in a deep, deep trauma energy and they just jack it all day and they can't leave their house, well then yes, that is a game changer. For a normal guy who might jack off for 6 minutes and then go about his day, still meet a girl that night, still make money that day, and he thinks that not jacking off is gonna be the biggest thing that ever happened to him, that's like if I said, I don't know, like, I didn't eat a sandwich today, and now I'm a millionaire. Like, it's so far away from what actually produces $1 million. Like, would not eating a sandwich and maybe eating a grass-fed steak and vegetables be better? Yes. Is that gonna make you a millionaire? No. But do you guys see how the no-fat thing becomes a trend? Like, if I right now go DMT, and I go do DMT, and I make a video about the machine elves, how many views am I good for? So then what does that do as an incentive to content creators? It's like how every video creator makes a video about clavicular. You know clav? Because if you make your video about clav, it's a viral trend, right? God bless them for being a great viral trend. But you know my point. So what happens is that DMT becomes mega popular. Well, everybody says to do it. I should do it. So you go do your DMT. What happens? You pierce the veil. Did you earn it? No. What do you think happens when you blast forward your spiritual progress that fast without the roots? You think that's sustainable? There's a certain energy to the people who do this all the time. It's spaced out, it's untethered, they're often delusional, and it's very pretentious. That's coming from me, Captain Pretentious. It's very fucking pretentious, right? Like, I did the DMT. The DMT told me this and that, okay? Meanwhile, if we actually look at the technological systems that are being built by these tech giants that are doing all the psychedelics, is this meant to awaken society?
No.
What do you think they're being told while they're on the other side? You know I coach these people. I remember when I used to coach these people when I was younger. I'm someone where I like fucking everybody, okay? I like everybody. There's been less than 10 times in my life that I didn't like someone that I met. I like fucking everybody. Almost all those times that I met someone I didn't like, it was a big tech person. I was like, there's something wrong here. There's something off. There's something very evil this year. I remember when Ray Kurzweil's people, do you guys know Ray Kurzweil? Okay, he wrote Live Long Enough to Live Forever. I remember his people came to meet me in San Fran when I was younger. And they're like, yeah, like you're going to plug your consciousness into this thing. And like, I'm going to show you all this stuff. They actually want me to join them. And I remember being like, yo, this is so cool. Like all these really cool people like acknowledge my work. This is really fun. So I'm talking to them, right? And they want me to do all this stuff. And I was actually at a seminar just like this, like basically in the hallway of a seminar like this. And I remember I was like, yeah, I think I'm good, guys. Like just something in me was like, this is off. And I go to walk away. Literally a goddamn demon came out of these fucking guys. Like it was like satanic screaming, like speaking in tongues, like, you think you're gonna fucking, I'm like, holy shit, like, these people are unhappy that I'm not joining their little thing here. I'm like, they seem to be taking this very personally. I could feel waves of fucking evil energy hitting me. That's the people that are doing all these psychedelics. That's the people that are building your tech systems, guys. That's what you're moving towards, okay? So wake the fuck up, okay? Nobody wants to tell you this. Look, if you went and blasted little mushrooms or DMT, you'll be fine. But just get back on the path. That's all that I'm telling you, okay? Get back on the fucking path. If you don't have energy, remember I told you that Nala Fitness had more flow state to her than the host? If you don't have that kind of energy, what Jesus would call the Holy Spirit, what Eckhart Tolle would call being in the now, he'd call it presence, if there's not a depth to your presence, then the alchemy's not working. And taking another drug trip to get there temporarily is not the answer. Okay? So you've got to actually say, okay, well, what is the work that I have to do? So let me circle back to what I learned, okay? So I learned, and we're circling back here, so this is a lot of threading. These are very complicated talks. I learned that if I went out and I got rejected, that I'd go down, 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 down as the parasite that wants approval was being attacked until it went dormant. So I was able to create say the word, a limit situation. Okay, similar to skydiving. So you know how some people get present from skydiving? Because they hit a limit situation, okay? So I was able to learn to generate a limit situation from that behavior, okay? So then what happens is I get super present. Now, what would happen is I would get crazy present. I'd make out like 10, 20, 30 girls, go home with somebody, and I never even cared a lot about casual sex. I was just shocked that I could do this, okay? Like, because to be honest, like I like having a girlfriend and getting some kind of like IUD or birth control, and then not having to use a condom. Okay, having sex with girls with a condom, I can't even feel that much out of it. It's kind of like having sex through it's like eating a sandwich through a Ziploc bag. So I don't even like casual sex that much. I like having a girlfriend. Like I'm a traditionalist. I like traditional relationships. But what I was curious about was like for the sake of science, so to speak, is I was curious how come I'd go down, 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 and then like that, and then I could just walk on water. And I was trying to figure out why I could do that. And it was literally because, do you remember I said that someone could copy the exact same things I'm saying and even be taller, better looking than me, which is not that hard to do, and that they would not get the same result that I do? Here's why that is. Because when I crack the parasite, I tap in. And when I tap in, energy flows out. So I could be like, hi, what's your name? What do you do? Where are you from? Like boring small talk that normally doesn't work. But I can do that from a space of small talk now. And it hooks hard, hard. It hooks so hard that a girl could be walking with 10 dudes and will jump out of the group and start talking to you, even as the guys freak out. Okay? It's crazy. So that was what I got kind of addicted to. And I was like, well, how come on some nights I go out and I can barely get a convo going and I feel depressed and weird, and then other nights I walk metaphorically on water? And I wanted to know. Does anybody here have that experience with going out? You want to know why? Well, I also had that with public speaking, right? Where I could, like, okay, here, let me tell you a bit about my journey in public speaking, okay? When I started doing the free tour, I would usually do a script, okay? And then I would try to go off script. And what I noticed was when I went off script, I would channel energy very well. But I didn't even know what channeling energy was. I was just like, this is really interesting. So I'd channel energy very well. So then what happened was I'd be channeling energy, and I would notice that the impromptu parts of the speech, if I would cut that out and post it, everyone I knew would blow me up saying how awesome it was. Like, I remember like one of the first free associated videos. Oh, by the way, too, YouTube used to cap you at 10 minutes. So like, I actually would pick the best 10-minute chunks because it's not funny that's how long I've been doing this, by the way. So YouTube would cap you at 10 minutes. So I'd pick the best 10-minute chunk, and it would usually be the part where I went off my script and I went in the zone. But you know what's funny? I could only go in the zone for about 10 minutes. But I would treasure that. I'd be like, I loved when I just went off the script and I just let it flow. And I was like, I just wish I could do that more. Right? I wish I could do that more. Now, if you've ever seen some of my old programs, Foundations and Blueprint Decoded, in both of those, I cry at different points in the videos. Does anyone remember those programs where I cried? I know it's a little dramatic. I cried. I'm not like proud of that or anything. Yeah. Anyone here remember that? Yes. What happened was I went out of the control parasitic part of the brain, and it released, and it going like that, and I never experienced that before, and I just started fucking crying. I was like, oh, like I'm like, holy shit, and and then the room was like blown away. The room was like melting because of this, because they all had a spiritual awakening from it too. So it was like really intense, right? Powerful, beautiful parts of speech. So I'm like, well, the part where I kind of like laid it out from a technical perspective on PowerPoint is dope, but I kind of hit the point that I was like the master of a PowerPoint presentation. So I'm very, very good at organizing my content in a PowerPoint presentation style. Like if you guys ever do a paid program with me, that program is all structured. It's deeply structured. Because that program's not about me learning to free associate in my journey. That's about you getting exactly what you need. And so I'm laser precise when I'm doing a paid program. But at my free events, I practice this art form that you're seeing here, which is free association, okay? So now, as I'm talking longer and longer here, you guys know my voice is getting more and more swollen, right? My nervous system is getting more shot. I'm getting more tired, and this is berating my system more and more, right? Like it's attacking me. But as my system is being attacked with cortisol and a barrage of stress chemicals and adrenaline, is my spiritual light going higher or lower as we go deeper down the rabbit hole of this speech? Higher. That's what I'm trying to show you, okay? So do you guys see why a day of shopping and sex and parties and restaurants is bad? Because what's happening in your inner light when you do that? It's dying, right? So the thing is, look, the natural rhythm of life that you're supposed to have is a day of rest once a week, or maybe even a little more. Humans are not meant to work all the time. A lot of prehistoric humans only work a couple hours a day, right? But you want to have, like your spiritual growth often is either through work and the conscious non-resistance that comes via work, or in really like meditating and really tapping in, okay? And really like curating your energy and seeing kind of what you're tapping into, okay? Does that make sense, right? So that's why you don't want to be at a point where you're not working. So when we say that so many threads here we're trying to hook onto. I'm going everywhere here. You ever see the show Lost? Back in the day, they'd open all these new threads and not even close them. I think I'm getting in lost territory here. It's like all these threads. I'm gonna try to close some of these for you. Okay, one of them is the protection shield. So why does that billionaire need to buy another car lot? Come on. Because what's his path from God? Look, for Elon Musk, he's going to grow his business, right? Does Elon need to make another rocket to live a fun life? No. But if Elon were to go, no more rockets, fuck this shit, just banging hoes, eating at restaurant, banging hoes, what would happen to his shield of protection? You see that? Right? He wouldn't be in the zone anymore. Got it? So what is our joy is not just taking and going to sleep. Our joy is figuring out what God sent us here to do. For me, I was born lightly autistic. I had a very tough first 20 years. That was setting the stage. That was setting the stage to generate enough kinetic energy, enough potential, like throwing a ball at the ground so it could bounce up, right? Or Eckhart talks about this. Some farmers, when the seed is being sprouted, they actually put more soil on top of the seed. Why if a seed's about to sprout, should you put more soil on it? More resistance. Why? Because it has to push harder. So then what happens when it finally breaks through? Right? So that resistance is needed to create the kinetic energy, to create the energy potential for you to break through. But what you're thinking, here's how you're imagining it. You're like, And then when I break through, I'm famous and I got hoes and and I don't say hoes literally by the way, I just say it as a joke. I'm like imitating like a rapper. I got hoes, different area codes, right? I got money now. I got money now, right? You're thinking like that. You're envisioning it that you're gonna break through to stop working, right? I could stop working. You're not seeing it, guys. Stopping working is not what you actually want. But why do we think that stopping working is good? I'll tell you why. You remember what I just said about psychedelics and DMT? Remember I just said that? How that spreads and reinforces the ideas? If I want to make a wealth building course, should I advertise? You could retire young, take a break, have food and sex and wine and just stop. That is a lot more appealing than via my wealth trading. You will become such a gangster that you work more than ever. Right? But here's what's funny, okay? So I have a lot of very wealthy clients. You want to know what attracts them to me? They're like, okay, Owen has a decent amount of money, but they have more. Some of these guys have mega money. And they're like, how come I have more money than him, but I have to have sex with prostitutes and I'm unhappy? Why don't I have that light in my eyes that he has? And that's what they come to me for. They come to me because they want a woman who's actually attracted to them, not for their money. They come to me to learn how to build something that they're actually fucking passionate about. And if you know some of the big tech guys that I've coached and you see some of the things they do now, you know that that's the trajectory that I put them on. I taught them public speaking, I taught them communication, I taught them social media, and I taught them to take risks, and I taught them to go against the grain and to risk getting in trouble. And you can see the training in how it plays out, okay? So that is what gets you the shield of protection. Now, by the way, they could get shot. Is it bad if you get shot and killed? No. Why is that? It's a sign you're doing something right. So what that means is that your soul is finished, it is baked, and then God gets you out of there. He goes, okay, he's good, he's baked. Take him out of the oven. So you're so afraid of death, you're just getting in here getting cooked. You see what I'm saying? How do I know this? Every one of you knows this. How does Jesus when he died? 33. God took him out of there. We're all like, oh, I want to be rich and be lazy. No, that just means that you're stuck here. You're stuck in this dimension. What is this whole put your consciousness in the fucking AI thing going to do? It's going to stick you here. You're stuck here. Look, I'm going to die soon. I'm super excited about it. And my kids are gonna see me and they're gonna watch all these weird ass videos. I'm like, this is my dad, this guy's fucking weird. And what's gonna happen is they're gonna have the option for immortality, right? Potentially, depending on what the AI does. If it might even just kill them, we'll see, right? But they'll have that option. And then I'll be like, yo, I'm over here. Like, yo, I'm over here. You have to die. You can't just be immortal, dude. And they're gonna go, oh, that was like some weird Christian ideology thing, and like it was like a death cult, like their leader like died at 33 and they think they have to die, and then they're just gonna be stuck here. Okay? So understand what you're doing here is not what you think it is. It's not. You will ask me how I know this. Spend enough time in nature, spend enough time in the path, and you will get downloads that will teach you this yourself. Don't take it from me. Don't just like, oh, some guy at the front of a room with a bit of social proof told you some shit on a YouTube video, okay? I'm just showing you what I predict you will observe if you walk the path. I predict that you will observe this. The point that I'm getting at, you will observe all this yourself without my help, and it will be your version of it, and it will be a little bit different. But what I'm trying to show you here is the actual path, okay? And it will all become super, super, super obvious when you walk the path. But here's what you got to understand. You remember Jesus said, this is very paraphrased, better to pluck your eye out than to lose your soul and get cast into hell? What actually matters in life is that you're always awakening spiritually. That's what actually matters, which is that, and here's what that looks like. Let me show you, let me break down what that looks like. Your mind becomes very still, and you have access to a lot of your knowledge. Okay, so repeat this after me. Your mind becomes very still. You have easy access to the wealth of your knowledge. You also have downloads. Okay? You'll also see serendipities that are really freaky. Okay, say serendipities. Yeah, like my buddies that are around me are like perpetually like, what the fuck? I don't even like talking about this stuff. It's super weird, okay? But you'll see it. That means you're on the path. Then what's going to happen is that stillness represents a portal. Say that. Okay, so the portal, here's the main key of the whole thing. And the train agrees with the portal. So here's the main key. You think that your mind is the autopilot thoughts. But what do we learn from meditation? We learn in meditation that your mind is running on autopilot, but you are the witnessing consciousness beyond the thoughts. Here's where it gets really interesting. You're not even just the witnessing consciousness. Human beings are basically like a vacuum or a gap. Okay? And so there's this space for God. It's a space that's there. And what you're doing is with your limited will that you have, you are inviting different energy into yourself. You're inviting it in. So what you have to become familiar with is what behaviors, beliefs, mental habits, etc., invites that in. So think about it like a sailboat, okay? And you have the oars, which can manually push forward this boat. But you also have a sail. If you position the sail correctly, you will get different directions of wind that push the sailboat forward. So getting to the highest levels of energy and potency requires you to know how to position the sail. The oars are represented by your logical mind. Basically the little nerves in your brain, whatever they are, that kind of go, okay, well, this leads to this leads to this. That's like the oars. Using the oars, everything is very hard. Okay, say using the oars, everything is very hard. Using a sail, everything's very easy. So basically what you do is if you want to compete at the highest level, you shut your mind off and you position the sail correctly to channel the energy that you want to channel. And based on decisions that you make, that will determine which radio station you are tuning into. Human beings are both receivers of energy and broadcasters or transmitters of energy. So when Jesus would say, give, be a giver, why was it so important to just run around giving? Like, why is that important? Like, just give stuff. And then why was it important to give, but not to brag about it? What's that? Like, why is that a religion? Give and don't flex on everybody about it. What was he teaching you? Every one of you here needs to know this. What? You don't have to be Christian. You do not have to be Christian. You could think the Bible is the biggest load of shit ever. But what were you being taught in the book? But Jesus says, give, but don't talk about it. What's he saying?
Non-attachment.
Okay, so let's say that you give and you talk about it. What is that? Is that a give or a take? Look, if I make a video right now and I give to everybody and I go, look at what I did, I get status. That is situating my awareness in ego. So the giving doesn't work if you brag. What happens if you just give? That tunes in the radio station. I've talked about this before. One of the freakiest things I don't like talking about this because it ruins it, but I'll talk about it because I have to make the point. The craziest shit I did over the years was I would call every single competitor I could and join their board of advisors for free. I would literally sit there with business competitors telling them all my secrets, telling them how to get my clients. I would call people that had shit talk me, they would have 100 plus videos talking shit. They would get a media fiasco or they'd have a problem, and I'd call them and help them. I did privately. I'm ruining it by talking about it, but I want to make a point. Do you want to know what that fucking felt like when you do that? It is indescribable. Nothing can describe what that feels like. Nothing. First of all, they start crying. They're like, oh my God, like, because they never imagined that, like, because what you realize is, like, we could all be like that, right? And so, like, you know how Jesus says, forgive them for they do not know what they do? They've been mad at you and competing with you, and they think they're separate from you. But when you do that, you're acknowledging that the same energy that animates you animates me, and we are the same. That's why they say do unto others as others will do unto you. So when you do what Jesus says, what happens is they start crying because they're like, I never imagined that you'd do this. Like, thank you. Like, I hated you, but and you know what they often would say? This is very common. I hated you, but I always loved you at the same time. And they actually will say, I was jealous. Like, I was jealous. And I never imagined that you'd do this. And then you start crying, and you're like, let me help you, brother. Like, let me help you. And you help them. And what's weird is, like, all this pain that you have, all this heaviness that you have just dissolves. All these excessive thought forms that you have just dissolve. They just go away. It's like the autopilot thinking just stops, and the heaviness stops, and your frustration stops. And here's what's weird. Did any of you guys here in this room have people that betrayed you or victimized you, and it weighs you down? Even 1%. That just dissolves. It's like you reverse the victimization that happened to you by doing the opposite to somebody else. It's beautiful. It's divine. It's incredible. Better than any fuck fest. Better than any, we all like to fuck, right? But it's like better than any fuck fest. Maybe if it was raw, I mean, but you know what, right? Like, it's like better than any fuck fest, better than any restaurant, better than being famous. It's unbelievable. But you've really got to live it, right? Giving, being like, it's all about the giving. Now give me stuff, right? That's what a lot of people do. Yeah, it is all about the giving. All these rich people don't know it's all about the giving. Now give me stuff. No. It's not about the rich people giving you stuff. You and the rich people, you have nothing to do with each other. It's about you and what you're doing. Jesus says, don't judge the chip in your brother's eye when you have a plank in your own eye, you hypocrite. So it's not about you judging someone else and demanding that they give to you. If I happen to want to stop giving and I want to cash in, I've earned that. What I'm saying is that for you and your growth, when you give, so much of the heaviness dissolves. And so try to understand that your job in life is to dissolve that heaviness. That heaviness of the mind that turns you into a derper, you have to dissolve. That's your mission. And you do that not via banging a bunch of girls, not by getting money, not by being famous. You do that via the work. That's what you should be looking for, okay? And some people would say, and in Christianity they'd say this, that there's actual demons. There's demonic entities. Some people would say this. And that literally, when you vibrate low in that demonic frequency, you actually magnetize them onto you and they run your mind. If you look at people who have NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, BPD, borderline personality disorder, psychopaths, I have spent years looking at the literature and top-level world-class videos, looking at how modern-day psychotherapy and psychoanalysis understands psychos, narcissists, borderlines, et cetera, and I really like it. Actually, I think that they have incredible insight, and it's really, really dope. But what's funny is you'll notice that even the top experts, at a certain point, they just throw their hands up in the air, and they're like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I don't know. Right? Because what they don't know, in my personal subjective opinion, is demons. I think that a lot of those people, they're just gone, okay? Their soul's just gone out of their body, and it's just a fucking demon running them. In addition to a demon running them, watch this, okay? Here's another nice piece, another gem for you. You remember I said my buddy, he was an alcoholic, and he just wasn't there anymore? This is crazy what I'm gonna explain to you, okay? That thing where he could front like he wasn't gonna drink, and he looks completely normal, this is super deep what I'm gonna explain to you, okay? This is really, 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 really hardcore stuff. And I spent years denying this and not wanting to believe it until I just accepted it. For me, at least. That's how I think of the world. basically what it is that he could look at me and be like, oh no, I'm not going to drink. He seemed like he's there. He's not there, okay? He's not actually there. We're going to tackle some heavy stuff here. He's not actually there. We think that him as an alcoholic, that's very unique to him. Actually, you all have that. All of you in this room, most likely, to varying degrees, are not actually there. Unless you've been doing something like what we're talking about here, your version of it. It doesn't have to be mine. It doesn't have to be cold approach, public speaking, vocal projection, right? Not that. But if you haven't found your path of protection and your path of awakening, like where you've summoned a protection and you have summoned the awakening of your soul and connected, most likely that you're most likely there. But try to follow this, okay? We have a vacuum, we have a space for God. You know, they say humans have cannabinoid receptors for THC. We have a space for God. In the book of Exodus, Moses leaves his people with a bunch of gold, and what do they make? A golden calf. He comes back from getting the 10 Commandments, and what does he find when he comes back? What's everyone doing? They're worshiping a golden calf. What's the word for that? What is the word for worshiping a golden calf? Idolatry. Say the word idolatry. We commit idolatry whenever we get obsessed with sex, whenever we get obsessed with money, etc., etc. Now, the journey of a shy guy to learn how to build some social confidence, some social skills, and get a family, that is deeply spiritual. Justin Bieber banging a bunch of hoes is idolatry. That's why he stopped, actually. You guys see the difference? Okay? So every action could be done for two different ways, right? Like, for example, meditating. Somebody at a rich billionaire who recognizes that he's been committing idolatry for money his whole life, maybe he goes to an ashram and meditates. That's enlightenment. Because he gave something up. He gave something up. Justin Bieber, not having giant orgies every day, gave something up. An incel in his basement didn't give anything up. How about a guy who just goes to an ashram but doesn't know how to build a business? Imagine you don't know how to build a business, you don't know how to make money. What's easier, to go back to society and build a business or to stay in the ashram? So say this, the same action leads to enlightenment, for one person, leads to slumber, for the next. Right? Like learning cold approach, for the right person is awakening, for the wrong person puts them to sleep. Making money, like if you inherited money and your parents' name is Rothschild, then, you know, that may keep you asleep. But if you're somebody who came up, whether middle class or lower class, and you can't even provide for your family, and you're not even competent to even make your first couple mil, so now, like, you can't even take your family to a national park. You can't even get your children a tutor. You can't even get your children organic food. You can't even get a good car that is not, like, if you can get a nice car, if you get in a car accident, you might survive it. But if you have a cheap, shitty car, maybe the brakes break or it's just kind of a shitty car, you get killed. That's not spiritual. How is that spiritual? What, you just love death so much you want your kids to die in a car accident, undernourished? That's not spiritual. You know what's spiritual? Maybe you come from a regular background and you say, God damn it, I want more for my family. Maybe you take this event here as a bit of inspiration. You go, yo, that was sick how Owen would just travel doing free events like that and trying to help people. That was amazing. I want to do that. Any of you guys just see me doing this for free and go, I would like to get to a point financially that I could go running around doing free stuff? Imagine how cool that'd be. Imagine the growth that would represent. So money, if it's movement, if it represents, say money. If it represents movement and flow and life and giving and positivity, is spiritual. Money, if it represents stagnation, selfishness, laziness, is anti-spiritual. So again, it's like, it depends where it's coming from. Okay? It depends where it's coming from. You know, are you in a flow state? Are you doing the thing that you're here to do? Are you giving more than you take? Say, giving more than I take. Okay? Like, okay, let me give you a couple things that I like to burn money on. I like to go to Russian Banya. I think everyone should have access to Russian Banya. I hate that the entire world does not have access to Russian Banya. Russian Banya, it's like $85 to go every time, right? I go about 4 days a week. By the time that I Uber there and back, the whole experience is probably about 150 bucks. So that means I'm burning about 600 bucks a week on Russian Banya, which is like 2,500 bucks a month. Before tax, that's like 5,000, right? Because I do Russian Banya, which is so incredible, I'm able to come in here, like I can treat myself, and then I can come in here and give 200% more because I do that active recovery.
What is it?
Russian Banya is you go in like a really hot sauna, and then you jump in a cold plunge that's super cold after, and then you meditate. It's fucking incredible, okay? Me going up into the mountains for months at a time lets me bring something back here. Got it? This is kind of dumb. You guys will laugh at this. I try to wear a different shirt every video so that core fans can easily find the video. Anyone here ever notice that? They're like, oh, it was that video where he had, and I wear bright, weird-looking stuff so that you guys can, you're like, oh, the video where he's wearing the pink shirt, and you can find it easily. It's like a simple thing that I do just to help you to find the video. I probably should stop. It's kind of a dumb habit, but I just did that since I started this whole thing. I try to just make it look different. You notice that I even shoot videos in beautiful environments? So that stuff costs money, right? But if I do Russian Banya, and then I take things like Eastern herbs, and I eat organic food, and I rest, and I treat myself well, can that energy be cycled to where I win and you win?
Yes.
So that's called, say, a win-win. So is it like demonic that I went to get a sauna?
No.
But isn't money the root of all evil?
No.
The love of money is the root of all evil. Exactly. So I do have a love for money, but not an identification with money. So for me, I make a lot of money, okay? And I mean a lot. I make so much money it would scare you guys. But I'm always cycling it, and I'm living that. I'm always cycling it, okay? Like this summer, I will do a trip of the whole coast. I'll go do a free, I'm gonna start in LA, I'm gonna do a free event in LA June 6th. Then I'm gonna do a boot camp in LA the week after. And then I'm gonna drive up to San Francisco, I'm gonna do a free event there, and then I'm gonna take 2 weeks and I'm gonna go to the Redwood Forest, Mendocino, Oregon Coast, Crater Lake, Mount Shasta, and I'm gonna spend a lot of time up there with my kids, okay? Then I'm gonna drive into Portland and do another free event. Then I'm gonna go up to Mount Rainier, I'm gonna go into Olympic Park, and then I'm gonna go to Seattle and do another free event. Then I'm gonna go into Montana, I'm gonna go into Glacier, Montana, go into Sun Road, Many Glacier, I'm gonna go through Yellowstone, I'm gonna go to Jackson Hole, Grand Teton Mountains, and then down to Salt Lake, and I'm gonna do another free event. Then I'm gonna drive through the Rocky Mountains, and I'm gonna be way up in the mountains, the Rocky Mountains, and I'm gonna do a free event in Denver. Then I'm gonna drive through southern Colorado, through the Great Sand Dunes National Park, through Moab, which is Arches National Park, and I'm gonna go to Vegas and do a free event and go home. That's like the perfect rhythm of life right there. I just gave it to you. That's the sauce, baby. Why is that so cool? Why is that such a cool way to live? Look at that. That's like so spot on. But everybody would have their own version, right? That's my version. Why is that so fucking spot on as a way to make a lot of cash and to add? What is that? Like, look at what I've done just in that 2-month run. What have I accomplished, like, in parallel? Like, multiple ROIs.
It's like a harmonic cycle.
Harmonic cycle, right? So look at this. Did I go teach over 1,000 people totally for free?
Yes.
Did I make amazing fucking videos that millions of people will see when combining all the views?
Yes.
Eventually, right? Now, so I made incredible videos and I help people in real life, right? Then what I did, what do you think happens when I take care of myself, but not like going to Cancun and going on a bender and poisoning myself? Not just sitting there shopping and just buying a bunch of shit I don't need, but going into nature, Okay? What do you think it does for me to be in the redwood forest with my children, hiking? Yeah, but by the way, I want to let you know something. It's a different kind of recharging because the truth is, being in LA, sleeping in my own bed, and just burning cash and having sex all day is probably a little bit easier on the cortisol system than hiking deep into the forest, right? And sleeping in hotels or camping. But what am I summoning into myself being around God's creation and nature?
Spiritual presence.
Creative energy.
So here's the thing, right? When you guys are seeing, and I say this not about me, but it's about you. This speech is the redwood forest. You are literally talking to the redwood forest right now. Hello. Okay? You are talking to the Going to Sun Road in Montana. You're talking to the Pacific Northwest. You're talking to the Rocky Mountains right now. You're talking to Kobe. You're talking to ginseng. You're talking to the Bible. Now, in saying that, that's not about me. That's about you. So I'm trying to tickle your imagination. Remember I said earlier that we have there's a void that's there, right? For God, there's a void that's there. We do not have our own will in the way that we think that we do. We have enough will to decide what we invite in. Then that which is in us will broadcast out. I have enough will to read the Bible. I have enough will to go to the redwood forest. I have enough will to come here and try to help you. I have enough will to meditate and tap in. I have enough will to go get Eastern herbs. But that energy that I brought into myself via whether it's Eastern herbs, whether it's the Bible, whether it's meditation, whether it's the forest, whether it's nature, whether it's going floor seats at the Lakers and watching Kobe Bryant up close, who was an incredible spiritual being. Had a lot of dark stuff too, had both. Multifaceted, like we all do. When I'm talking right now, I am the sum total of those influences. I am the sum total of those energies that I drew into myself. Okay? So when you guys watch my content, most of you could not summarize this speech. Most of you could not summarize most of the speeches that I've done. So why do you watch it? Because you're looking to attune to a different energy field. Many of my favorite teachers teach things that are not new to me. You will see spiritual channels who don't know they're a spiritual channel yet, by the way. They don't know yet. They're young. Like you'll see people in their 20s that are destined to be spiritual channels. Well, there's no firm destiny, by the way. They could fuck up. But they're destined to be, right? So some people, by the way, you remember in Star Wars how like Luke Skywalker is the son of Anakin Skywalker, but also Leia was hidden as the daughter also of Anakin Skywalker, right? Some families are just strong in the Force. Some people are strong in the Force. They are just born with it. So some people are spiritual prophets before they even know that they are, right? You know what's funny about me? You guys ever see videos where I talk about game or I talk about like basic day-to-day concerns? Here's a spoiler alert from you. I don't have almost any of those concerns at all. None. It's all lies. I don't care about hypergamy. I don't care about making money. I don't care about intergender dynamics. I don't care about cheating. I don't care about motivation. I don't care about any of it. Do you know what I have to do to make those videos? I have to come off my perch, come down, and try to attune to a lower energy field where I can say those things, because if I go up here, nobody will listen. The only reason that I can talk to you about here is because I trapped you in the room. I trapped you. Gotcha, bitch. You understand? I trapped you. So I'll be like, I'll help you to get girls. I'll help you to get money, right? It's like a cheese for a mouse, right? Here's the cheese that I'll get you in here. Gotcha. So the only thing that I care about is this deep-rooted silence. That's it. That's how I live day to day. And then I go to make a reel, and my reel will be like, yo, you know that girls sometimes cheat? You got to raise your game. Then I'm like, okay? I have to, like, when I'm talking to the average person, I have to pretend that I care about all these things they care about. They're like, well, this person jumped in front of me in line. I'm like, oh, wow. They jumped in front of you in line. Even when someone's broke, I don't care. You want to know why? Why do you think I don't care if someone's broke? I actually care a lot, but I, in a dimension of reality, don't care. Why do you think that is? Because making money is so easy that if you were ready to make it, you would. So when someone's broke, it's a spiritual condition. That's all it is, just spiritual. You already know how to make money. You watch me do it. You already know how to do it. But you chose not to. That's spiritual. You know what that is? That's the energy that you've invited into yourself, trying to survive like a parasite and using the poverty as a parasite. So you're like, I'm broke. I'm like, oh, really? You're broke. You're not broke. You're not actually broke. You, the real you, if you could get back to that, is not broke. Oh, I can't get girls. No. You already know how to get girls. But you'd have to get back to that. So even when I talk to you like a normal person, I'm just LARPing with you. I'm LARPing. All that you need is that deep-rooted silence that gives you absolute energy, absolute focus, the word for this is not motivation. Motivation is like a kid's thing. Like, I am motivated. No. It's like deep-rooted purpose. The cup runneth over. You have so much motivation, you don't even know what to do with it. Do you guys get the sense like I'm making myself do the speech? Or it's more like it's a hose with water pressure in the back of it, and I'm just opening the valve. And then I'm just doing this. It's just opening the valve. You don't have a motivation issue. You're tapping into the wrong energy. Some energy that you tap into, here's what it does, okay? It gives you, here's the main key of the whole thing. Say it gives on the front end, but takes on the back end. An ounce of pleasure for a pound of pain. Okay, ounce of pleasure for a pound of pain. So you can't get, here's why you can't get money. Okay, I'll break this down in practical terms. You can't get money because getting money requires you to do like 3 to 5 things. That's it. It's like 5 things. That's it. Okay? So basically, like getting money is like build a list, communicate well, build an offering on top of that list, learn to close, and scale. That's it. If I were to go, you know how you can tell someone's spiritual development? Look in their feed. Look at what they've been watching. If I go in your search history right now, am I going to see you dialing in wanting money? No. Now look, here's the thing. The love of money at an ego level is demonic. But creating a heaven on earth of healthy food, giving, free events, nature, prosperity, your children not being in poverty, like, look, I'm sorry to tell you, but like go to the inner city, they don't have money. Does that look like heaven to you? Wake up. Stop it, dude. That's just an excuse. I have friends in the inner city. It's intense. I don't want to fuck with your guys' brain. I hang out most of the time in LA, in the most posh place you've ever seen. I hang out a decent amount of time in South Central. I'm out there. I'm not trying to sound cool. I have friends out there. I'll hang out with anybody. I don't give a shit. I'll go out to South Central, and can I tell you what it's like? I'll go to my friend's house. There'll be hookers out front. They're addicted to drugs. You'll hear occasionally a gun go off. You'll hear people fighting outside. I'll be in the apartment. You can hear them all fighting outside. It's very dangerous. I probably shouldn't be out there. I met Nipsey Hussle before he died. And, you know, he would go back to the hood and he wound up getting killed. So I probably shouldn't even be out there. But the point is I don't fear that. So it's my time to go, it's my time to go. So I'm okay with that. But what I'm getting at is that's not heaven, guys. That's not heaven. So being able to educate your children. Look, here's what heaven is. Imagine you have a beautiful family and you can get them the best tutors. Imagine you can take them to every single art museum in the country. Imagine you can take them to every zoo in the country. Imagine you can take them to every aquarium in the country. Imagine you can take them to every city in the country on a road trip and get them private tours of people so they can learn about their country and develop real patriotism. Imagine you can take them on every ski hill in the country. Imagine you can get them private tutors to help them learn tennis, to help them get better at math. Imagine you could feed them organic food. Imagine you could control the environment to where they were never exposed to negativity, but you could take them in really, really challenging environments so that way they get challenged and pushed to their limit, not by getting beat up or being broke, but they could actually do things that are even more challenging than being broke, but that would build their confidence. Would that be good? That's how I raise my kids. Okay? Imagine getting to take a half decade off to actually raise your children. Not just hustling, bro, and then not even getting to raise them, but actually getting to spend the time with your kids as they grow up. Would that be heaven on earth? Imagine doing work you're passionate about. Would that be heaven on earth? So heaven on earth is not fucking poverty, okay? That's just spiritual bypassing. But it depends where it's coming from. Being lazy and not going into the fire, there's nothing spiritual about that. So go in the fire. Go in there. You remember I told you I'd go out and I get rejected over and over, right? The fear. That wasn't me trying to get a bunch of sex. That's how they frame it, right? Oh, he really needs sex. That wasn't what it was. That was that I knew that I lacked social skills, that I had social anxiety, that I couldn't be myself, and that I didn't competently know how to meet a mate to have kids with. And I fixed it. I also knew that other people had that problem, that it was a horrible problem that would destroy lives, and I thought someone should fix it. So I went and I did that. But here's what I'm trying to show you. The reason you can't get money is because you have invited in energy into yourself that is whack. And as a result, that whack energy is attracted to other whack energy, okay? So in other words, say low vibration energy, say that. Low vibration energy. Wants to infect and wants to spread. It has its own intelligence and can hijack your brain. High vibe energy has its own intelligence, wants to emanate, because the word infect wouldn't be a good word, and wants to blossom, wants to bring life, and wants to emerge into the earth. Okay, that's why in the Lord's Prayer, Jesus says, on earth as it is in heaven. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So what's happening is, Eckhart Tolle teaches us, this is why Eckhart Tolle is not as different from the Bible as you think. He says to keep that space clear and to invite in God. So what happens is when you invite that in, that's where you get the multi-million-dollar idea, maybe a business idea. But that idea is the idea that's for you. It's not, let me give a simple example. You know how marketing they teach you always go for rich people?
Yes.
What if it's not about that though? What if your dharma, as they'd say in Eastern philosophy, your spiritual mission from God is not just to teach rich people? What if it's actually to teach poor people? Could you be okay with 30 mil? 30 mil is enough. You can make 30 mil from teaching poor people. So if your destiny is that, if your incarnation is that you deeply resonate with helping poor people, right? And you can feel that you're in your protection shield, you're in your flow when you're helping poor people. And then a guru comes and says, no, you can only teach rich people. And then you go to do that, and it's like you can feel that some foreign agent is in your mind. Now, maybe that's because you're ensconced in negativity in the first place. So actually, your channel's not clear enough to gauge that. But assuming that your channel is relatively clear, maybe you realize that, look, I have incredible business teachers, okay? And my business coaches tell me all the time, stop doing the free events. Every business coach, the first thing they tell me is what? You got to stop the free event. even the word the free tour is attracting the wrong clients. And like the guy who is crushing it, who I think has one of the best funnels, is Garrett J. White. He only teaches Christian married entrepreneurs. What do you think is the average income level of a Christian married entrepreneur? Okay, the average Christian married entrepreneur is in the mid six-figure range, maybe making 500K and up. This room here, which is a free tour, who here is making over 500K a year? Put your hands up if that's you. One guy. What do you do?
TV mounting.
Speak up.
TV mounting.
I literally can't hear you.
TV mounting.
TV mounting, and you make over 500K a year. That's gangster. Who else is making over 500? Who here, what's your name? Audrey. Okay, so Audrey made 500K a year doing TV mounting. Do you agree with what I said about how that gives you beautiful prosperity and makes your life amazing?
For sure.
Do you see how he sounds happy? Who here makes over 200K a year? Put your hands up if that's you. What do you do?
Sales and finance.
What do you do?
Real estate investment.
Who else makes over 200 a year?
Event sales.
What's that?
Event sales.
Event sales? How about you? Software. So this room has in it only a small number of people making over 200K. That's not a well-curated room. Do you see what I'm saying? That's, what would a good curated room be? What percentage of the room be rich?
100%.
What's that?
100%.
Okay. If I'm in my friend Marcel's clients' rooms, the average price to be in a room like this is about minimum 15K, and everyone's making over 500. How does he do that? Come on, guys.
Audience capture.
Qualification process.
Qualified leads.
Lead gen.
What's that? Here's what he does. He goes on Facebook. He targets, not target like in a bad way, but like Facebook targets rich people, and he makes videos for rich people, okay? So an example would be a fitness offer. A fitness offer would be like, if you're someone making over 150K a year, you've got the money, but you don't have the body, come see me, okay? Do you guys think I haven't thought of doing offers like that? I still got a lot of rich clients. How bad do I hurt myself by saying, I have the free tour? How bad do I hurt myself? Super bad. But if I was just in a room, I go teach in Marcel's rooms a lot, and I enjoy it a lot. I'm very grateful to be there. But I never look as lit up as when I'm teaching brokies. Why do you guys think that is?
Because we have the most to learn.
It's not just that. Marcel is the most lit up teaching rich people. If you see Marcel teaching brokies, he'll do it because he's a very compassionate guy, but it does not spiritually light him up. That's not his dharma. That's not what he was sent here to do. I was sent here to help brokies. Okay? Now, what do we know about brokies? Here's the joke they say in internet marketing. Broke client. I've sent you my $50. My life better be about to change. And your life is definitely about to change. In other words, for that $50, they're gonna literally call you 24 hours a day. They're gonna complain. They're gonna whine. They're gonna cry. After the end of it, they're gonna refund you, and they're gonna make a bad review of you in a blog about you, and they're probably gonna sue you. No, pause though. That's not a joke. Pause. That's not a joke. The insight there is that someone who's poor is in a spiritually fucked up state. They're in hell. The person who's in hell, the energy wants to spread. So if you're a teacher and you come in there, you're like, I'm going to help the brokey. They're going to try to infect you. So when they call you and they complain, is it a real complaint or is it their spiritual energy trying to infect you? Some of it could be real, but a lot of it is the spiritual energy trying to affect you. And you guys ever just start dating like some super hot girl and you realize that she's like you're like, man, I've waited to date a hot girl like this my whole life, but she's infecting me with so much negativity. Like, I'd literally rather not, like, I never thought I would dump a girl like this. okay? So there's girls that are so beautiful that I've had to break up with because of this. I'll jerk off to their Instagram after I dump them. You know a girl's got to have a lot of negative energy that you're having sex with her, dump her, but will still jack off to her Instagram for months later. Because she's that beautiful, but she's got that energy in her. You're like, physically, I'm all about it, but fuck, the energy's fuck, dude. I'll tell them that too. I'm like, baby, like I still jack off to you, but you're so annoying. Like, fix that shit. Fix it and come back, please. I can show you this in my DMs. It's like not that uncommon. So anyway, the point I'm getting at is that broke person who's in that energy, they're going to complain, and then after they can't infect you by complaining, what will they do? How do they then infect you further? Refund you. But then even after they got a refund for the $50, they're not done infecting you. So what do?
Attack your reputation.
Sue you and attack your reputation, right? Like when Amber Heard can't keep attacking Johnny, what does she do? Yeah, people with borderline personality disorder, after they completely infect their partner, destroy them, put them in years of therapy, they'll do what's called a defamation campaign after they're done. I've seen that. Guys that I work with, I help them, I give them everything I had, help them get famous, they leave, I go, look, just do your thing, just please go your own way. And they're like, I'm not done. Here's my video about why I left RSD. And you're like, I made you famous, these are all my clients, like, I taught you everything you know, I let you go, I didn't even ask anything from you. Why do you feel the need to make this video? Because the energy that's there has to keep infecting. People have positive energy or negative energy. So if somebody is stuck, the end of the joke is $50 client, my life's about to change, and your life's definitely about to change. $50,000 client. Hey bro, sent through the wire, appreciate it. If I learned one good nugget out of this, I'd be very grateful, thank you. Okay? I've got clients that will pay me $50K a weekend and not show up. All the time. They show up late, and they just come grab dinner with you. And at the end of it, you know what they say? Best night of my life. Thank you so much. Now, the counter argument to that would be this. Well, the reason why they do that is because they're rich. They're happy because they're rich. They don't care about the money because they're rich. And that is fair. That's not wrong. But repeat this after me. What came first? The chicken or the egg? Okay, from the kind of energy that you see me showing you here, and I try to demo it for you. Let's say I quit this business today. Could I go start a new business? Yes. Could I be successful? Yes. Okay, I'm in complete abundance. Like, I could literally just give away this business right now, start another business, I'd be rich in a month. I could have a girlfriend, and if you don't have a girlfriend, I go, babe, just start dating him. And I'd have a new girlfriend in 2 seconds. You know what's funny? A lot of the men's coaches are like, I don't like it if my girlfriend goes out to the club. I'm like, I don't care if she goes to the club. I'll have another girlfriend in 13 seconds. In 13 seconds, I will have a new girlfriend. I can literally just pull out my phone right now, be like, do you want to be my girlfriend? And then like 20 of them. So I'm like, you better not go to the club. Are you posting a thirst trap? I don't care. Please post the thirst trap and leave so I can go meet a new one. I don't care. Okay? I'm never jealous, ever. Okay? You remember I said I go help my business competitors to go help them with their business? Because I don't care. Because you know what it shows you when you go help your business competitors? You know what it shows your brain? You're in total abundance. And when you anchor into that abundance, what happens? The genius kicks in. I am probably the smartest person you'll meet in your fucking life. And I say that not to brag, but out of complete honesty. And yet, let me tell you something. Growing up, I was straight failing grades. Straight failing grades. Failing. You remember there's always that one student who's doing the worst of anybody? And you look at them and it's so bad that you just literally, it's like looking at a homeless person where you're like, look, I'd help them if I could, but this is so fucked, I don't even know where to start. It's just a lost cause. Got to save my energy. I was that guy. Failing student, everything terrible. You want to know something? The hardware in my brain, I'd love to say that if I have kids, my kids will all come out crazy smart. I don't know. Because genetically speaking, I'm not really smart. You know when the genius kicks in? When you stop being limited by your brain. All of you in here are super geniuses. Okay? You're all super geniuses. I'm telling you. You're all super geniuses. By the way, I'm going to tackle a really dark topic here. I've got to be very careful how I say it because they'll cut a beautiful positive message out of context, okay? It's a beautiful positive message out of context, okay? This is super positive, but I got to be, if I say this the wrong way, they're going to cut it and they're going to fuck me. Okay. One of the darkest ideologies I've ever seen is that these evil sickos will try to take certain groups of people of certain backgrounds and say that they have a different level of IQ. Have you guys ever heard these theories? Okay. If a group of people have been suppressed for generations, knowing that I came, me came from being borderline mentally retarded to where I'm at now, and these fucking sick fucks are trying to say that one group of people has a lower IQ, but those people have been through hell for a long time. What do you think would happen to the way that, to the functioning of the mind? So is that genetic or is that conditioning? It's conditioning. But here's the other thing. Even if that were true, look, say somebody was like not that fit, and then they work out and they work out and they work out and they work out, what would happen? They would surpass the people who didn't work out. So if you work on your spiritual growth, you're going to be a genius. I don't care. It literally does not matter at all how smart you are or are not. You're a genius. It doesn't matter at all. Fuck those people, by the way. Fuck them. The people that say that shit. Fuck them. And let me tell you something. You're all geniuses in this room. This is not me hyping you up. This isn't me hyping you up. This isn't me giving you a path of false hope. Every single one of you in this room is a fucking genius. Every single one of you in this room is forged in the image of your creator. You're literally unstoppable. Do you guys understand that?
Thank you, Owen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're literally unstoppable. Literally, every single fucking human. I'm telling you. And that gift that you have, there's a range of different gifts that you could have, right? So when we talk about the protection shield and alignment, okay, I like helping a lot of brokies. Listen to the alignment in my voice. Watch this, okay? I don't just want to help rich people. I want to help everybody. I'm amazing at helping rich people, but I'm also amazing at helping broke people, okay? Now, I've been to hell and back to do it. Helping broke people is not a walk in the park. It's not a walk in the park. It's demanding, it's draining, but it gives me energy. It's a little crazy. You know, it's kind of like base jumping, right? Do you guys want to know why that is? Do you know what the whole point of getting rich is? To get away from the poor people. Why? Look what happened in Nipsey. Got shot. Okay? So remember, if someone's poor, if they have that negative spiritual energy in them, say the word the law of infection. Okay, so by law of infection, you will have it to where you got to get away. Like the whole point is to make the gated community. The joke of the whole thing is the average rich person probably has quite a lot of empathy. Like for all you guys in here that are making over 200, do all you guys actually have a high degree of empathy for people that are struggling? Yeah. Would you guys confirm that if that's the case? For most of you guys in here, if you could give up your whole business right now so that 10 other people could be in your position and you'd have to build a new one, would you be open to doing it? I would too. I do it just like that. Most business people, if you said to them, look, by you giving up this business, I'm not trying to get you to do it, by the way, don't panic. It's not some scam. Okay, so look on your face, like, where's he taking me here? So, for me, if I knew that even 3 people could be in my position, if I gave away everything I have, I would do it. Why? Because I have the right energy cultivated. If I'm going to sit here going, I am the redwood forest, motherfucker, I think the redwood forest can make a new business. So if you've been cultivating your energy properly, the cup runneth over. You've got psycho at levels of energy, psycho levels of focus, psycho levels of ingenuity, psycho levels of brilliance. You've got all of it. So you're never in scarcity at all. But what you learn is, you give that broke person the business, And it actually makes it worse for them. It makes it worse. It makes it way worse. It's a nightmare. You're actually, it's you know they say, don't feed the grizzly bears when you're out in the country? If you feed the grizzly bears, it can kill them. If somebody is on their spiritual journey and you just start giving them massive abundance, it actually traumatizes them. The major reason that Justin Bieber is traumatized is that he was given too much before he earned it. So now he has to self-inflict pain because the tree grew too high and he didn't have the chance to grow the roots. So he has to self-inflict pain. He has to self-sabotage. I have tried advancing people forcibly by giving them things and like kind of holding their dick metaphorically through the whole process. And I'm telling you, it makes the weirdest Frankenstein results you've ever seen. It is weird. It does not take them in any good direction. Every rich person will tell you, like, man, I had this nephew, and like, I tried to hire him, and it just got all crazy, and now he hates me. Kobe tried to help his parents. His parents hated him. You try to help someone who's not ready spiritually, the energy's not there yet. They don't resonate with it. They're non-resonant. Look, you take a homeless person, you bring them up to a mansion, get them a haircut, some nice new clothes, they're still gonna be doing meth in the bathroom. They're not energetically there where they resonate with peace. You know what's funny? You go into really wealthy environments, like where are we now? We're in Atlanta. Go to, say, Savannah, some nice areas of Savannah. Go out to Martha's Vineyard. Go to Nantucket. Go to Kennebunkport. Go to Cannon Beach. The energy with all the rich people is calm. It's very, very calm. And if you talk to them, they're just like, okay, here's what we have to do to keep the business going. Here's the steps we have to take. They're not manifesting. Try to follow this. They're not manifesting. They're not making a vision board. They're not teleporting into a different timeline. They're not puffing out their chest. What are they doing? They just read some books, create a plan, put one foot in front of the next, calmly execute the plan, make all the money. That's how actual rich people do it. Not every rich person, many rich people are different, eccentric, not eccentric, whatever. But the way they do it is very calm. Imagine if you just stopped looking at all the bullshit that's in your newsfeed, all the distractions, the weed, the drugs, the gossip, the victim thinking, the grievance, all this crap, and you just healed all that. Okay, say the word heal. Heal. Imagine you just healed all that, and it just wasn't there anymore. Imagine you didn't have weird traumatic thoughts entering your mind, frustrations entering your mind, victimhood entering your mind, and you were just peaceful, you're just calm. And then you know what you resonated with? Heaven. So you just built a heaven on earth. You just went, I want my kids to have amazing organic food. I want my children to have access to nature. Like, wouldn't it be nice to just move to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and have maybe like a $12 million property there on a river, and like a beautiful freshwater river, maybe have a Russian banya type of sauna in front of it, some boats, do a little bit of hiking, some skiing. Maybe you got another apartment in front of Central Park, and maybe you want a little bit of action simulation. You could just go, walk out in Central Park with your dog. Everything's chill. Maybe you want to take a quick jaunt over to Europe, and everything's chill. Everything's calm. Everything's taken care of. That's living at a beautiful level. Not being unconscious and in pain and smoking weed to numb it and escape it, or take a psychedelic to have a spiritual experience that you should be having when you're on your path. But calm. You know the problem with psychedelics? Everyone I know that does a lot of psychedelics, it's always like, yeah, and then I saw this, and then I saw this vision. And then it's very discombobulated in most cases. Not everybody. Some people do get peace from it. But a lot of discombobulation. Like, and then I got to go in the DMT thing again, and I got to talk to the elf. I got to expand my mind. It's like very like, dude, calm down. Calm down. You're forging the image of your creator. Calm down. You're already spiritual. Calm down. Let's just make a heaven on earth. That's all you got to do, bro. That's it. Like, you're good. You don't need a machine elf, brother. Okay? Do you guys know how many friends I have that have done psychedelics and went batshit crazy irreversibly? Probably about 30. That's why I talk about this. I had a girl I was dating recently. Beautiful young girl, 23. I could literally pull out messages and show you. She went into psychedelics. Next thing you know, she's running down the street naked, thinking she's Jesus, got put in mental hospital. She's supposed to come out and see me. You guys will hear that. Forget about it in 2 seconds. I lived that. I really liked her. We had a nice sex life before. I liked her a lot. Now she's mentally fucked because she watched some podcasts and she wanted to self-develop. That's what's sad. A lot of times it's the people who self-develop that go do that stuff. A lot of people also do shrooms, laugh with their friends, and move on, and it's fun. It's not always like that. I'm just making the point that it can happen. I've got a lot of friends that did ayahuasca over and over, and they just turned batshit crazy. I know people that did a lot of drugs, and they actually can see demonic parasites everywhere. I've known people that they see it everywhere. They do enough ayahuasca, they see it everywhere. I believe that what they're seeing is real, but you're not supposed to see that. Okay? You're breaking down the filter. You're breaking down the veil too much. So yes, you're getting all this insight from it, but you're breaking the veil. You can't function like that. Okay? So if you want insight, instead, get on your purpose, get on your path, get on your calling, get on your marching orders, and what'll happen is, look, here's what it is. You'll feel intuitively what is resonant and what is non-resonant. If you get nice and clear, you've got to, okay, say, step one is clear my mind. Say that. Because if you're ensconced in negativity, you're going to resonate with negativity. So the first thing is you got to get centered, okay? Like when I decided what I want to do with the last 20 years of my life, I went into nature for 5 years in order to decide what I would do next from clarity, okay? So a lot of what you're seeing me doing here, the way I'm speaking, is from clarity. It's from a commitment to truth. What I believe to be true. So when you commit to clarity and you get centered in what you're really meant to be doing, you'll get infused with a divine superpower. And it's not a divine superpower that other people have. This is what all humans have access to. This is your birthright. For some of you, it could be intellectual. For some of you, it could be physical. For some of you, it could be spiritual. Look, there's some people that are just born athletes. Like maybe in nature back in the day, they're a born hunter. Maybe not super deep, but their hunting for them is deep. Do you guys follow that? Hunting, imagine a hunter. They may not need to learn about trinomial factoring. Okay? They may not need to learn about compounding interest. Maybe their path to mastery is learning every little nuance of the hunt. And in that hunt, they're in flow. There's a genius to that. There's physical genius. You see some people can dance in a certain way? That's a physical genius. They're still, by the way, they're still a genius. There's look, try to get me dancing. I'm like, right? So there, you know? So, right? So that's parts of my brain that are not that well developed, but other parts of my brain are. When you figure out what it is that you're meant to do, you will tap into something so powerful, okay? But here's the thing. Every self-help guru is telling you that you got to be like a billionaire. Only someone whose path it is to be a billionaire, who taps into the flow and to protection, should be a billionaire. And when you meet a billionaire, you'll see that is what they're meant to do. Like the way that I get here, they get in their version of that when they're making more billions. Some people are built for that. Some men are built for war. I'm actually built to heal. By the way, this is weird, right? Do you guys think of me as a healer or more as like an aggressive men's coach? Which one do you think of me as? I heal. Okay, let me tell you something. Do you know how bad I would rather be a woman's coach than a man's coach? Can you guess why? Dude, come on. First of all, if I was a women's coach, I'd have all these people clapping for me, going, "You're helping women," instead of helping men where I get shit on. I look like an asshole, like on verge of being canceled 24/7, okay? And so I get to that, plus I get to date all the girls. And so literally, I'd love to be a woman's coach, right? I see someone, like, you know my buddy Aaron Dowdy? You guys know Aaron Dowdy?
Yes.
I would love to be Aaron. You know, I'd just be like, "Hey guys." Like, I'm pretty easy to imitate too. But you know what I mean? It's like, "Hey guys, like, you're gonna be like twin flames." And everyone's like, "I love Aaron Dowdy," right? I would way rather be Aaron Dowdy. But can you guys tell that Aaron is built to be an incredible coach for women? Like, he coaches guys too, he's a great guys coach too. But can you guys see how he's built to coach women? And guys too, but especially women. Can you guys see that? What would happen if Aaron Dowdy tried to become David Goggins? It's whack. But I'm also not David Goggins, right? I'm a healer for guys mostly, but some women do like my stuff too. But for a woman, it's a little much. Like as a woman, how are you experiencing this?
I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's great.
Thank you. So there's a couple open-minded women that are down for this, but most women are like, who the fuck is this guy, right? I think a lot of women think I'm trying to piss them off. I'm like, I'm not trying to piss you off. Like, I'm really just trying to talk to these guys so they can be better also for you. Not just for you, it's for them too, but it's also for you. I want everyone to benefit. So the thing is, I help guys. But if look, as a man, can you actually heal by me just giving you a hug and being very supportive? No! Men don't heal. Look, women lift each other up with support, right? Like if you're a woman and someone really sees you and understands you and makes you feel understood and makes you feel supported, that gives you a foundation to go blossom. So, right, you see how she's nodding like that, right? Would you confirm that?
Definitely.
So for women, it's about feeling supported. As a man, if I just support you, how do you feel? Like shit. And the key word here, repeat this after me, emasculated. Men support each other, and as a girl, you're probably like, you guys are crazy. Like as a woman, you're probably like, what the fuck's wrong with you guys, right? But we're just weird little creatures. We like to be browbeaten, okay? Like me and Marcel, when we're coaching each other, I don't go to Marcel, like my friend Marcel Klein and me and him like on Massive come up together. I don't go to Marcel and go, come here, Marcel, give me a hug. And they're like, we sit alone in his house, just hugging each other, right? And I'm like, listen to me, man. I fucking love you. And you're so beautiful. And you're a queen. And you're so amazing. And you're so radiant. And you're a goddess. And you're so, this is how women want me to coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, how come you don't coach like that? Like Aaron, like your friend Aaron, right? But and I just love you so much. And you're such an infinite goddess super being. And right? As a dude, you're like, if a guy did that to me, I'd be like, oh, fuck, am I that bad? Have I descended that much that that's what this guy thinks I need, right? Guys influence each other by shit-talking each other. Am I right or am I right? We shit-talk each other, right? Dude, stop being a what? A bitch, right? And then you're like, oh, thank you, right? Right? Because you're kind of being a bitch, right? And some guys, stop being a bitch, and you snap out of it. You're like, oh shit, I was being a bitch. Fuck, thank you, right? Because we're tough. We don't care, okay? We don't care. We're not sensitive, okay? We're built for war, hunting, battle. So that's how you support. Yo, don't be a what? A bitch. So that's just guys, right? Women see it, they're like, this guy's fucking crazy, right? So, so for a woman to hear this kind of self-help, it's a little bit much, right? But anyway, the point being is, as a guy, you have to get attuned to why you're here. What were you incarnated here to do? And you've got to get to a place of silence and centeredness and presence. And then you've got to start choosing what influences you want to allow into yourself. You've got to make an active choice to actively choose, what do I want to be infected with? You're always being infected, okay? You are being infected all the fucking time, whether you like it or not. That's just literally how it is, okay? You're literally just being infected nonstop. So try to follow me here. You don't have the will to get where you want to go. You know how I know? Because if you did, you'd be there. But it's not your shortcoming. It's that you haven't invited the right energy into yourself. That's literally what it is. You have failed to understand what you're inviting in. So with the limits, repeat this after me. With the limited willpower that I have, I must purge the bad and invite in the expansive. That's really what it is, okay? Now here's a big key. This is another nice piece for you here, okay? You know how they say, they call it a deal with the devil? Where it's like you signed a contract with Satan where you get something up front, you get it up front, and then, but on the back end you go to hell? Everything in life has that, okay? So we are not, say, I'm not an independent island. I'm a permeable membrane. So what you've got to do is you've got to invite things into yourself that don't have a hangover. That's literally what it is, okay? So say that you eat. If you eat something that tastes good, but the next day it depletes you, it gave you a 10 out of 10 up front, but a negative on the back. Got it? So what if you just consume foods that are net energy positive? What's going to happen over time to your energy? Okay. So likewise, there's certain things that you watch on Instagram, YouTube, social media, whatever exists in the future. Those things, some of them give you a dopamine kick up front, but maybe it's a bunch of like jump cuts and a bunch of negativity, but it gives you a spike up front, but it leaves you depleted on the back end. Okay? So some friends that you have give you a bunch of drama that's kind of interesting up front, but fuck you up on the back end. Some girls you date give you amazing sex on the front end. The sex is nuts. I see a lot of nodding up here, right? And you guys get it where you've got some girl where the sex is so crazy. It's so heavenly. It's so delicious. The best word I could use is just delicious, right? Like, you ever have a girl riding you and you're just like, this is all I want. Like, if I could just do this and that's all I did, this is my heaven. I have that a lot. And then you come, and then you can almost feel her energy pouring into you of BS. So like the pussy's good, but the energy's not. And you can kind of feel it, right? And you're like, oh, I shouldn't have done this. You have like a hangover, you know? And then she's like, Johnny, and you're just like, ah, right? And you almost just wish that she could just like turn into like a mist and go, thank you, and like float away, right? She's like, I'm free, you freed me, you know? But then she's still there, you know? Nut strain, you got a hangover now. So the thing is like that's a common male experience. Now, I'm sure girls have their own version, like when they realize the guy's a loser. But the point being is that, like, you had that great sex, and then the girl spends the next 12 hours infecting you. As your energy from being around her gradually gets depleted, you know all that's left? The sex. I've gotten traps like this when I was younger. You get in these like kind of honey traps where you've got a girl who's like a perfect 10, sex is insane, so good, but her energy's off. And as you're with her and then months drag on, you get infected with her energy, and now your business is failing, you're losing friends, you don't feel good, and all that's left is what? The sex. And then eventually, here's the key to the whole thing. And women have their version of this too. It's not like I'm not putting this on women. Men do it to men, women do it to women, we all do it to each other. But I'm just talking about this one particular use case. What happens is that when the negative energy running her recognizes that you're completely at saturation point of infection and that you're an empty shell, a shell of a man of who you used to be, the energy running this girl recognizes it and dumps you. And you beg the person who did this to you back because you're so empty. Your business is fucked, your life is fucked, your energy is fucked, and all you had was that one little high every day. And now, takes it away. And you sit there. Who here's ever had a breakup where that happened to you? And you're numb. Like at the end of it, you have no joy. Your life is a bit of a mess. You feel nothing. And you just wish the person that infected you with this would come back. Who here's ever had that experience? Any girls ever had that with a guy maybe? That's good. So, interesting. So, just less girls here. But anyway, so, that's funny. Okay, so, but, okay, watch what I'm saying here. When she takes that last bit, the person whose energy did this, she didn't even do it to you, it's her energy. She as a human probably loved you, but her energy did to you, you beg back like a broken victim for that girl to come back. I've done it. I have had girls that turn me into someone I didn't recognize. Emotionally dysregulated, negative, suppressed, business going down. I'm at my saturation point. I now, like a jug of water, have been completely filled with that poison. And then it's always right when you're filled to absolute capacity. They couldn't put another drop of the gloop in you that they leave. And then you beg for the person that spread that into you to come back. But you want to know the truth? It'll take you 2 to 3 years to heal, to get that out of you and to heal on average. Maybe you can be faster, I don't know. So don't take my limitation. But at the same time, if it takes a couple years, don't be mad at it. But the point being is this: you'll beg for them back because that little 20 minutes a day was all that you had left. That is a metaphor for an ounce of pleasure for a pound of pain. If you want to get into energy surplus, you have to get to a place where what you're consuming is giving you a net positive of energy. And you can actively look in the pupils of the people who you're talking to, and you can see when their eyes are lit up in energy, right? So you're sitting up here with me, okay? Have a look at the room here. There's a version of him, say hi to the audience.
Hi,
There's a version of you, what's your name?
Joshua.
Joshua. There's a version of you in 5 years from now that is beaming with light, crushing it with dating, and a millionaire.
Hell yeah.
And there is a version of that. Okay, have a seat. Okay, give me a hand for that, by the way. Just to hammer that. There's a version of that. Okay. And he looks, and you don't recognize him. He has energy popping out of his fucking pupils. Okay. What'll happen too is that as you age, when you do this, you actually won't age like. You won't age in the same way that a regular person ages. Like you might have less wrinkles, so on and so forth. But you will age. But in a weird way, even as you age, you look more vibrant and alive because you're being filled with light. That is something that you build leading to death. Attach yourself to God. Keep bringing that in. Keep bringing that in. Be a vessel for God. Be a vessel for spiritual light. A vessel for light. Here's what happens. Here's what you actually are. When you become a vessel for light, think about it like there's a veil or a membrane. And your consciousness actually is this weird penetrating thing, almost like you put your finger in a girl's vagina, right? Like you kind of like pierce the veil. It's like the veil's here, and you're able to go like that, and the infinite light of creation's there, and it comes through you and shoots out. And you're either tuning into one radio station or another radio station, is really what's happening. Okay? That's what's going on. So it depends what radio station you're tuning into. As you tune into the right radio station, and you're a vessel for light, energy increases, money goes up, dating life goes up, genius goes up, you feel aligned, you feel good, you get to your actual humanity. But as that energy goes through you, it heals you. You are healed via God. Because the anger, the victimization, the betrayal, the competitiveness, the illness is cleansed. Any of you ever had it where like maybe you felt betrayed or like really let down bad, and then you got sick the next day? You could actually feel the poison entering your system because you let yourself get angry. That's the poison, right? This is the reverse of that. I don't know if this is what caused it, but I've not been sick in 15 years. You actually heal yourself. You become healed. You become whole. Okay, it's very, very, very important. So I've thrown a lot of broad concepts at you, but the big one here being, you don't exist in the way that you think that you do. Okay? So you're thinking, here's what you're thinking. You know how some people say, I can't do it, God has to do it? You ever heard that? Here's kind of like what that could be viewed as meaning in some ways. At a human level, like if I tell you with where you're at in your journey, go do all these things, you'll procrastinate, self-sabotage, go on these random stupid ass side quests that yield nothing. It's like this, say the word flurry of activity. Doesn't move the ball down the field. Say that. Nothing's actually happening. okay? So if you just try to use your mind, it's almost like a millipede trying to move each little foot. You stumble over yourself, you get distracted, you look in your feed, and by the way, all that negative energy is looking to entrap you, and there's traps everywhere. Our society greases the skids of our selfishness and greases the skids of our Satanism. It's like a satanic entertainment system. Now, by the way, your actual DNA, okay, if there's no spirit and it's pure DNA, it's basically psychopathic. So without spirit, it's basically like pure selfish. Go look up the Milgram experiment and go look up the Osh experiments. The Milgram experiment is where, after World War II, guys in like white lab coats would bring you upstairs, and they'd have like a glass wall, and they'd have somebody pretending that they're hooked up to electric voltage. And the guy in the white lab coat would tell you, turn up the voltage, turn up the voltage. 90-something% of people, if the person in the white lab coat would tell them to turn it up, would keep turning it up until they think the person inside's dead. So like 90+% of people, or whatever the exact number was, literally will believe that they're committing murder if it's the path of least resistance. Now, when I say that, it's absolutely normal that you would doubt me. But look at the Holocaust. Look at the wars that we've been in. Clearly, this is a pattern of human behavior. Look how much humans murder humans on average. It's absolutely human behavior in a nutshell. The other one's called the Osh experiments. The Osh experiments, what they do is they have one real person and 9 actors. And they pull up like a red sign, and then they say, what color is this? And the 9 actors say yellow, 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 but it's actually red. What do you think the person who's the real person, the test subject, says? Why do they say yellow?
No pressure.
It's groupthink, but also, why would their brain deceive them to think it's yellow?
To save, to stay in the group.
Guys, please, I pray you all know the answer. Why would the human mind fool the person that if everyone else said yellow, even if it was red, that their eyes lie to them and make them think it's yellow? Say the word survival.
Survival.
It's aligning to the group. That person, that's a very, I'm not saying that they're soulless, but that's a very in the DNA perception. Without the soul, we don't have discernment. We just see whatever will benefit our DNA. Have you guys ever been betrayed in ways that shocked you? Like, do you guys know how shocking some betrayal can be? And you're like, how in the fuck did this person do this? That's because the soul is not online. So they're being run by their DNA, but their discernment is doing it to them. Let me show you how crazy this is, okay? I'm going to talk about things I saw like a decade ago. I remember I used to have a team of coaches, and I remember one of the coaches I had, his main way of making money, because he didn't have a big following, was he would get clients to come over, like clients to do my program, and he'd want them to get them to do his program. And I remember he, over time, created this entire ideology, but try to follow this. This is like very, very interesting. It was this entire ideology where if you listen to like a 2-hour video of it, it would make it look like everything I ever taught was bad. And I remember I even sat down to watch a video once, and I was like, my own head was spinning. I was like, have I wasted my whole career teaching bad stuff? Like it freaked me out. Like I started to even think that my stuff was bad. Here's what was weird about it, though. He was using what's called, say the word straw man argument. Say straw man argument. Straw man. Like, he would do it in a way that was so subtly devious that it was like all these weird straw man arguments. But he was so congruent that even I started to believe that that's what was happening. That always blew my mind. And I remember thinking, there's an ingenuity to what this guy did. Like, that guy's not even smart enough to make this. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? Like, he's not smart enough to do this. So where did this come from? Like, this guy's like half retarded. How could he have created this? It was a very laser precise takedown kind of thing. How did his mind figure out how to do that? It was the DNA absent the soul. This guy had a big drinking problem. He got into coke. It shut down his spiritual centers. And his DNA was like, if we could make this whole ideology, I could siphon clients and then I can make more money and fuck him over rather than working collaboratively, which is what I've been doing with him. But I don't even like bringing stuff like that up. But I remember just seeing that, and it was funny because I had this whole ideology where what I would teach is building social momentum. And this was a guy who honestly had even more social momentum than I have. This guy's a nut job. This guy's like a wild man. He's got crazy social momentum. But he started teaching that you should walk into the bar and grab a drink and not open. And I'm like, but that's not even what he does. Why do you think his DNA made an ideology? So he goes, the problem with just chatting everyone is you get too frenetic and you're not chill. So you should just go in and have a drink. The problem was that we'd be teaching boot camps, and then his clients would go in and they'd see me and all my clients are all having fun, talking to everybody, getting makeouts, crushing it. And then his clients would just sit there at the table and they'd get jealous and they'd try to come over to my boot camp. But I never knew why that guy made that weird ideology. And the weird thing was the best lies are made in truth. But something like building social momentum that's actually very relaxing when done properly, he framed it as frenetic. So, but he himself wasn't even doing that. Why did his mind create that? What do you think? The DNA did it. Far left political ideology, like extreme versions of Marxism and extreme versions of social justice warriors, is the same thing. By the way, that was maybe the most interesting thing you heard all day. That's really cool what I just told you. Have you guys ever noticed like that whole thing, like microaggressions and like all these, like this whole convoluted, have you guys ever seen the far leftism stuff that was really big about 5 years ago? It almost took over the country. It almost took over the country. Do you guys remember that? This was incubated in colleges, like this extreme far leftist stuff. It was like microaggressions and this and that. Do you guys ever see the far leftist stuff? Like, are you all literally mentally retarded? This was everywhere. Were you guys just unaware? Did you guys not notice when even Star Wars became far left?
PC culture.
Yeah, PC culture. Remember when even Star Wars did that? The second of the new ones like did that. It was like a social justice warrior Star Wars. I remember sitting and going like, am I really seeing this? This is crazy, right? What's that? Bad, yeah. So that ideology is meant so that people that are low down, like a cancer, can go steal from people that are productive. It's an entire complicated ideology. Do you understand that no one person could create that? That's the DNA, like almost like how like bacteria can infect a lion, right? It's like, say you have a lion, nothing can kill it, but what can kill a lion? Like a disease, like a bacteria, like a virus, right? So it's like a virus. So human ideology, when disconnected from God, will become so selfish, it will create random ideologies. I had another guy who I'd worked with for years. I gave everything to this guy, even helped him out at his lowest moment when no one else would. And I remember like we used to be in business together. And I'm really, really good with public speaking. I'm really, really good with sales. I'm really, really good with generating content. And I remember he wanted to get me out of what he's doing because he doesn't want to be 50-50 anymore. But he knew that he knew that to get me out of what we'd built, I'd helped him build his whole thing from scratch, and he knew how unethical that was. So what he did in his brain was he decided, I don't care about public speaking anymore. I don't care about sales anymore. I don't even care about good content anymore. I don't want to innovate anymore. And so he built an entire system literally around every single thing that I couldn't be useful for. And I watched him do this over a couple of years. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. And when we finally stopped working together, it was so strange. I said to him, what set you on this path? And he literally brought up, like, I did the most selfless things to help this guy. They were so outrageously selfless. And he's like, it was all started back when that happened. And I'm like, do you understand that to the rest of the world, that was viewed as like one of the most beautiful acts of selflessness that anyone ever did? And he's like, no, you did it like this. And what I realized was his brain, wanting to get me out of the business, reframed and re-remembered and confabulated an entire thing that doesn't exist, and then literally got him to get me out because publicly it would have been so outrageous if he were to do that he had to find a way to make it make sense. That is the human brain while Someone at the surface is very intellectual, very, very, very smart, but without the spirit. Where what happens is it goes in this DNA mode of survive and reproduce and be selfish, and then it limits them. But here's the thing. Here's where it gets weird. Every single person that I've ever worked with got very successful. And every single person who left made weird stories in their mind about it and stagnated. So think about it this way. Are you gonna make more money or less money if we're working together? Way more. Everyone around me got rich. Bar none. Everyone. You just get around me, probably rich. I'm not guaranteeing that, but you know my point, right? I don't miss. I don't fucking miss. So in their mind, they think they're moving forward because the DNA, here's what it does. They do a short-term thing that benefits in the short term, but long-term fucks them over. It's a deal with the devil. They get a bit more money for about a year and a half, and then they're fucked. One of the guys that did this to me right now is in jail. Another guy that did this to me is flat broke living in a van. And there's numerous cases like this. All guys that were on the up and up. It's crazy. You watch them do it. It's insane. Any of you guys ever had a girl do that to you? Where she wants to like dump you for like another dude? And then she feels like she's winning at first because maybe she's like on a flight to Ibiza or something. And then 5 years later, she's fucked. You'll experience stuff like that. Their mind, they're in their DNA. They're not in their soul. So here's what you got to understand. Those people, this is super deep what I'm explaining. Those people who did that on the surface look completely conscious. They look alert, intelligent, conscious, sharp, everything. They're no different than my buddy who was drinking alcohol. They're asleep. The reason why is because unless they can get to that space of stillness, they're operating through the autopilot. What is running the autopilot? The DNA. If you go look at an ocean, what are the fish doing to each other? What's an ocean documentary look like? Fish holding hands? What are the fish all doing in the ocean?
Murdering.
It's a murder fest. Everything's murdering everything else. It's just taking energy. If we go look at a jungle documentary, what are the animals doing? Are they holding hands? Murder, 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 death, 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 kill, kill, kill. Our DNA is just this selfish, psychopathic blob that our spirit gets ensconced into. It gets thread into it. So from a lens of no soul, the person will do a lot of very short-term, dumb things that benefit in the short term. But what happens is there's no guiding light to move it in the right direction. And so what it will do is it will make all these deals with the devil, and you will watch as people around you make deal with the devil, deal with the devil, deal with the devil, deal with the devil. And they thread themselves into all these situations, and eventually they get taken down. And you watch them go down, and they go down fast and furious and hard. And then what happens at the end of it, they're left with nothing. They're fucked. Just like if you have the girl who gave you good sex, and then at the end of it, you're emptied out. This is like 100 times version of that. There's a old expression, repeat this after me. If you stay by the river long enough, the dead bodies of your enemies will go floating by. Yeah. Let me teach you, I'm going to say this is the big piece of the seminar. Here's the gold nugget of the whole seminar, okay? Here is the $1 million piece of this fucking seminar. This is a $1 million piece. If you just commit to the highest good and you lock in on what you're here to do, and you don't get trapped by the temptation for money, even though you'll make so much money. I mean, you will make stupid money. But it's not about the money. Does that make sense? It's more the way the money was, the way I described it earlier throughout the seminar. But you don't make it about the money, and you don't make it about physical pleasure. You'll get a ton of money, but it will be say the word, the right amount of money. Say that. Yeah, you'll get a ton of money, but it's like the right amount. You know, in the Sermon on the Mount, it talks about like, don't worry about tomorrow because the money will be there. That's the gist of what it is, right? Do you guys know that quote? Yeah. You'll be taken care of tomorrow. What's the quote? Do you guys know it?
Take no thought for tomorrow because tomorrow will take thought for itself.
Yeah, take no thought for tomorrow. Tomorrow will take thought for itself. But there's a very, very specific quote, okay? And this is really, really, really potent quote. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. The broader passage about trust in God, instead of living consumed by anxiety over the future, Right before that, Jesus talks about birds being fed and lilies being clothed, using them as examples that life is more than constant worry about provision and control. Another similar line is, can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? Okay? So it's not about not planning ahead. It's about not letting fear dominate you. But here's what it is. Guys, there's a right amount of money for you. Okay? Can you feel that? Like, there's a right amount of money. Now, by the way, that right amount of money is way more than you have now. That's the good news, okay? For most of you, it's 5 or 10 mil. For most of you, it's 5 or 10 mil. For some of you, 20 or 30 mil. For some of you, 50 to 100. For some of you, it's $1 billion. For none of you, it's where you're at now, okay? Even the 200 guys, okay? So all of you are built for more. You're built for way more. You know why? Because you're built to give more. You're built to be more so you can give more. So there is a right amount of money. But that amount of money is when you go into nature and you go into presence and you tap in and you just know what you have to do, okay? You'll know. You know how you'll know? Because you'll think about it and you might even start crying. Find the thing that when you go into nature, allow your mind to wander and allow your mind to tune to different frequencies. And what will happen is you're not going to talk to, okay, if God comes and talks to you and it's like some guy with a beard and he's like, hello, Johnny, it's God. That means you have schizophrenia, okay? Anyone that tells you they're seeing that, it's not good. That's actually a common form of mental illness. Rather, talking to God is when you still your mind and you'll feel yourself tap into a very beautiful, present, expansive channel. And do you guys see how all that I have to do through this speech is I just tap in and it comes out? You'll tap in and it will begin to, the vision will form so beautifully in your mind and you'll be so passionate about it, you'll start to cry. It'll be like this deep presence, like this deep knowing silence. And you're so fucking present. And you're like, and you know that if you don't do this, that you're going to regress. And if you do this, you're going to ascend, you're going to expand. And what'll happen is, if you don't do it, you're going to get put in all these little traps, like the sex trap, the money trap, the fuck over your business partner trap, like what happened to my previous friends. Like I feel pity for them actually, because they're all fucked and I'm doing great. You'll like the fuck over my friends trap, the selfish trap, like all these little like deals with the devil that'll come at you and you'll bring that into yourself. But if you make a commitment, don't bring that into myself. Don't go into lies. Don't lie to myself. And don't make those deals with the devil. And don't be just a pure taker. Receive, be good at receiving, and be good at moving energy and having exchange. Become a master salesman. Become a master at sales to the right people. You see what I'm saying? Someone wants to learn from me, I'll sell them if they're the right person, but I don't sell the wrong person. The right person is someone who would benefit from you. Somebody who, if they spent 10 grand with you, would get back 100. Or spend 10 grand with you, they get back $1 million. Not they spend 10 grand with you and they get back nothing. Or at least not some kind of happiness or something out of it, some kind of better life. But you're serving them, right? You're serving the right people. That's of God. That's beautiful. That enhances you. That ascends you. That allows you to grow your soul. So the more that you can get into that place, the better. Now, you remember I said, that for me, whenever I make videos, I just talk about random stuff that you would relate to with where you're at. What it's like to live within the paradigm that I'm talking about here is your mind is just, here's how you think, okay? Number one is, you know that you're here for a short time. Just say I'm here for a short time. This is a quick pit stop. Yeah, like this is very short, okay? It's very, very, very short. You're not identified with this. It's a super short little pit stop on your larger journey, okay? This is not reality. It's a short pit stop, and you're here for something very specific. That's your first understanding, okay? Say it's a short pit stop. Say, if I don't figure out why I'm here, I'm gonna have to play the level of the video game again and again. So might as well just get it moving. That's really what it is, okay? You just might as well get it moving, okay? You can sit here playing this shit again and again if you want to. You want to keep playing it, you can go, this person was mean, and then, cool. Cool, okay? The next one is the lesson that I'm here to learn. Say that. is to channel my destiny via the light of God. Okay, by the way, you don't have to believe in all this shit. I just like that you're indulging me. I appreciate it. Some atheists in here. You guys, probably some atheists are like, this is fucking crazy. I thought I was here to learn how to pimp it. So, anyway, so look, but I just like to cover different topics. So the point being is that basically what happens is that faith, what that means is rather than tethering into all this stuff in the world, ego, physical pleasure, all that, and take, you take that limited will and you connect it to the witnessing consciousness and the action itself and being a channel. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So as you do that, what life is meant to do, life is basically meant to teach you over and over and over and over that which is fake. You're going to learn that which is fake and that which is a dead end until you get it. You guys catch that? That's big. That's a big one. Okay? So literally like you're going to have this girlfriend and then you're going to fight with her. And then she's going to annoy you. And then you're going to fuck. And then she's going to fight with you. And then you'll have some fun. And then she'll fuck. And then she'll fight with you. And like you'll be like, my girlfriend did this. And like she said that. But then, now we fuck. Oh, we got back together. And you'll go down this whole path all to realize it led to what? Nothing. You'll make a bunch of money. Make the money. Lose it all. You're like, we got to build a business. Got to build this. For years. All to learn, it's dead. It's all gone. You see what I'm saying? And it will be lesson after lesson after lesson. And this goes on for a long time. This is not short. This is long. Okay, you're talking decades of this shit. Okay? Of lesson. And how do I know? Because I've had a lot of sex, I made a lot of money, and I've been down a lot of paths. And I'm telling you, every single path is a dead end. But here's the thing. If you just say that and you sit in your basement, that's spiritual bypassing. So ironically, I actually don't mind if you're on the wrong path as long as you're moving down it quick. You see what I'm saying? Like, say my son came to me, he was like, I'm obsessed with my girlfriend, but she's fighting with me. I'd be like, good. You see what I'm saying? Because that's better than him sitting in the basement bypassing. Like, if that's what you're here to learn, then that's what you're here to learn. So fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, here's a big one, okay? Learning how to write sales copy is the most profoundly spiritual thing I think almost anything you could do. Why is that? Sales and marketing is a path to heaven on earth. But, and look, this is probably the most contentious thing I said all day, all the fucked up bombs I dropped on you. But this is so real, okay? Like, you'll be like 90, like about to tell you, like, your last thought before you die, like, I think he was right about sales and marketing. like you'll see, okay? Like it takes, because people that are spiritually asleep, their version of kryptonite is they can't learn long form sales ads. Like you tell them, hey, like, just take what you're doing and learn and spend an afternoon learning sales ads. And they're like, no, I can't. Like, it's like they're like allergic to it. It's like they're allergic to it because they know that if they learn it for 3 hours, their whole life would change. The other big one, by the way, is the stuff that I teach, the game stuff. You know it's true. How many of you guys learn my content for going out meeting girls? And your friend's like my girlfriend's a bitch and she won't listen and right? And you're like, just come out. Like, yeah, but she did this. You're like, but let's just go out. And they're like, no. And you're like, can we just go out? Like, you could literally meet a better girl in 3 minutes. Like, what are you doing? Dump her and let's go out. What are you doing? Right? But it's spiritual. They're not ready to go in abundance. Do you guys ever notice that when you're in scarcity of the woman, that is actually very dark? You know what people call love is often a very selfish mode to be in. Very selfish. Abundance is actually very unselfish. It's like, oh, I'm gonna walk down the street in state, meet everybody, put a smile on everyone's face, meet a cool chick, we'll hook up, no big deal, no attachment, but maybe we'll build something together anyway, because we just want to. As opposed to like, I need Cindy. Hey, Cindy. That's called idolatry. Say the word idolatry. Right? So ironically, the successful women stuff is actually deeply spiritual because it resonates with abundance. Now, not if you're having sex with women for your ego. That's called a psychopath. That's why some psycho guys just love to bang girls. But what I'm talking about is more like not needing to have sex with a lot of women, but just meeting women and just being in a good flow state with women in general. Just a very flowing, like women, like the right woman or women come at the right time. They leave at the right time. You sort of accept it. Like, have you ever noticed that you had a girlfriend who you had a relationship with and you couldn't accept the breakup? And because you couldn't accept it, it caused you incredible pain. But if you would have just accepted it, you would have gone back to being single, maybe hooked up with some new girls. It would have been fun. And then you would have met a better girl like a few months later if you would have just accepted it. But you couldn't let go. And what does that lesson teach you? You know what it's actually teaching you? This is crazy. Your soul on your soul's journey, I believe, will go through so many different dimensions. And at each dimension, you have to let it go to go to the next dimension. And I'm talking stuff, I'm not just talking like you live in a bad neighborhood and you move into a mansion. I'm talking like different versions of reality that we don't have a context for. Like a different, like you're in like a different body, a different, senses, different, like a version of reality that is not even within our capacity to conceive. And like, it could be that you have infinite knowledge of the universe, like anything, and we don't know what it is. I have nothing to give you there. I wish I did. But it'll be something that we don't know. And so part of the thing of having a girl and then losing her, or having reputation and losing it, or having validation and losing it, or having money and losing it, is it's actually a teaching ground where you're learning like, yes, I can have abundance, and when it makes sense, then yes, that's great. Like right now, this makes sense, and this is, like, try to follow. Sometimes having a couple $1,000,000 is actually your greatest path of growth. But sometimes losing a couple $1,000,000 is your greatest path of growth. Does that make sense? Sometimes a killer night out, meeting girls, is your greatest path of growth. Like another horrible night would not have been a great path. Sometimes a bad night is your best path. Do you guys see how perfect it is? Do you see how absolutely perfect it is? That's what Jesus is talking about. It's absolutely perfect. Okay? It's absolutely perfect. So that's why Jesus is saying, don't worry about the future. Like, just be present. That's what Eckhart's saying. Be present. Just allow the field to move. Allow the right people to come in. Now, does that mean to ignore them or to be rude to them or not take it seriously? No. When you guys see me here, right? I'm in the field of the seminar room. I am fully here, and I'm committed to being here. That's because my energy is not attached in the past. I can sort of trudge up the past of like painful examples to show you, but my energy is not in the past. So I can bring it here, be here now. Say the word be here now. It's from Ram Dass. Be here now. I did a lot of drugs, but the point I met him. But, still powerful spiritual teacher. Interesting one. Powerful. Be here now. You can be fully here now and then let it go. Like I can be here now and I can just walk out of here and just be present to the next thing as equally present. But what if right now I'm thinking about the past? Can I be fully here with you? No. So it's like, say, total commitment, no attachment. Yeah, so the pure non-attachment means you just sit in your basement. The pure commitment means you're attached. Do you see the paradox? Say 10 out of 10 intention, 10 out of 10 freedom from outcome. As taught in the Bhagavad Gita. So you just flow. By the way, part of what I'm trying to teach you here, a lot of these really hoity-toity business guys, they meet me and they try to analyze me. They're like, you have this energy and that can't be taught. Some people have it, some people don't. You were born with that, Owen. I'm more of like a CEO kind of guy. I'm more like logical than you, et cetera, right? No, that's a fucking cop-out. Just like lifting weights can be taught and you get bigger, spiritual growth can be taught. Say the word aura can be taught. Aura can be taught. I mean, have you ever seen a better seminar on how to build aura than today? No. Say the word aura maxing. Okay, this speech is extreme aura maxing. Say aura maxing. Say extreme aura maxing. Yeah, that's really what this speech is. This is me showing you the extreme version of aura maxing, where you're basically walking on a fucking cloud. You're absolutely aligned. Things come in the field, you know what it's there to teach you, you get the lesson, and then you let it go. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you're attaching yourself into the right energy. You understand that experience is like an illusion, but also real. It's a paradox, an illusion that is real. You enter in the illusion that is so real, paradoxically, engage with it, derive the lesson, which the lesson is always go back to God, okay? The lesson is always engage with the field via the power of God. Channel God's energy into that, bring light to it, you're a light bringer, leave it there, and you move to the next thing. And you just live like this forever as an infinite soul. Literally as an infinite soul. Literally as an infinite soul. Imagine how much less you'd worry about stuff knowing that this is forever. How'd you take it? How much less would you worry about it? But if you don't worry at all, then you go into apathy and spiritual bypassing. So the paradox is God has given you this, and God will give you a combination of bad lessons and blessings. So the bad lesson comes, and you use that to go deeper into your spirituality. Say it, bad lesson.
Bad lessons.
Dive deeper.
Dive deeper.
Into my spirituality.
Into my spirituality.
Conscious non-resistance.
Conscious non-resistance.
Good lesson.
Good lesson.
Blessing.
Blessing.
And train my capacity
And train my capacity
to have gratitude.
to have gratitude.
So you enjoy both. Yeah. Sometimes you get a mentor. Say you get a mentor. Say sometimes you get a mentor.
Sometimes you get mentored.
Sometimes the machine elf manifests right in front of your face. Okay? You don't always need to go to the DMT realm to meet a machine elf. Okay? So, I'm not a machine elf, by the way. But anyway, the point being, but am I a machine elf? Yes. No, I'm not a machine elf. But the point is that I'm kind of like a machine elf. So look, the point is that the sober reality has a capacity for men and women to become incredible mentors and prophets, and not literally a prophet like Jesus level, but prophets that have a greater understanding how the world works because they engage with life. I didn't learn this stuff by, you guys gotta understand, I didn't learn this by just sitting in my fucking basement playing with my dick, okay? And I have been in my basement playing with my dick, but that's not where I learned it from. So, okay, I learned this from massive action of going out, making millions and millions and millions of dollars, meeting mountains of girls, like so many girls I can't remember it all, okay? Dating so many girls I can't remember it all, from being in nature for years at a time, years of meditation, years of spiritual books, years of mentors, years of super high. Do any of you guys remember how big my reputation's been at certain points? Yeah. Yes. Like I've run the industry at certain points. Do any of you guys remember how down my reputation's been at certain points? Yeah. I've been the pariah of the industry, right? So, can you guys kind of tell what's happening now? I'm on ascension path again. Can you feel it?
I feel it, totally.
Next time you see me could be in a stadium, who knows? But the point is this. Wish I could just die. I could finish this goddamn level. But anyway, if I'm going to get stuck here, I'll do a stadium. I really just wish I could wrap this up because I just want to see the next thing. But I'm playing with this thing, so I'm having fun. All right, so anyway, the point is I have stuff here still to finish. So I got to finish it. So I'm working on it, okay? All of you will have that thing. You will have something of equal importance. And it could even be a mother who just brings that much energy into the raising of their kid. But there will be something that you do, and maybe it will be famous or maybe it will be a private victory, but it will be something deeply meaningful to you, and you will become a prophet. You will have superpowers. You will become a prophet. This is all going to happen. Okay? You are all on the way to getting there. Have you ever noticed that people will say, that was the most brutal thing that ever happened, but it's the best thing that ever happened to me? You ever notice that? That's because this is the journey that you're on. Pain will find you. You don't need to go instigate pain. It'll find you, although you can take on challenge, right? But your growth will be your growth. You will get there, okay? Now, I am a little bit ahead in a couple areas, but the truth is, whatever I am is a fucking flea compared to what is beyond what you'll see here on earth, okay? There's beings that are so far past anything here, and that's why, New Age are like, but you are God. You ever heard them say that? The lesson is, you are God. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch. Talk about pretentious, okay? You forgot your keys this morning, God. Do you take a big shit this morning? God. Did you leave a shit bead in your ass because you didn't wipe it properly this morning? God. Okay, so the point is that you're not God. Okay, you have a ember of God in you that you can choose to nurture and connect to God. Okay, but you're not God. Okay, I'm not God. I'm Owen, this like wacky YouTuber drinking a pink juice. I'm gonna take a piss in a minute. Okay, so any delusion of that is crazy, but you're also not just your ego. You're also not just your physical body. So the more that you learn to connect and identify with that witnessing consciousness, realize that while you're not God, you have here's a big key. You have a capacity through very small decisions to tune into God or to tune into nature, which by the way is something created by God, right? So if you keep tuning into things created by God, then what's gonna happen is as you do this, you'll tune in those things and you'll channel that energy. So going out and meeting girls is not this creepy thing where you're creeping on the girls. It's where light is coming through you and the girls are smiling and they're laughing and they're having fun and you're making the whole club better. And maybe there's some one random girl like in a bad mood. She goes, man, you go, okay, nice to meet you. And you leave. You know, it's all has to be consensual. So you always, learn about affirmative yes, consent, always learn about the importance of someone being comfortable. And if someone's ever uncomfortable, the best line is this. Repeat this after me. Say, nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah. And say, always get consent.
Always get
Affirmative yes.
affirmative yes.
Always check in. Say that.
Always check in.
Yeah. Never be pushy.
Never be pushy.
Always be considerate.
Always be considerate.
Okay? Super important. But the point is that you go out and maybe there's like that one person who's like a little bit negative. They're not feeling, hey, nice to meet you. You leave. But what you'll find is the vast majority of people out there are loving you, okay? And I live my life where every day I walk down the street and I probably get offered about 20, 30 numbers on a given day. Literally, like, let me give you my number. It's nonstop. Girls coming up to me, kissing on me, hugging on me, dancing on me, just as I walk around. It's crazy. Then I go make money. I make a ton of money. I'm always banking it. I love sales and marketing. I've studied sales and marketing for years. I've done a lot of sales, but I've not just done my own sales. I've done sales for other people. I just like helping other people to win too. So I'm in that zone. Never sick. Maybe I'll get sick at some point. If I do, I reserve the right to. Maybe it could happen someday. But I don't get sick. And then I just travel. Remember I told you about that little circuit that I'm going to do with my kids this summer? Like, I go in nature for a bit, then I make some money, then I help people. It's like taking good energy for you. Say, taking good energy for me.
Taking good energy from me.
Add value to others.
Add value to others.
Make money doing it.
Make money doing it.
Win-win.
Win-win.
Take some losses. View it as a lesson. Get back on the horse. Take the win.
Take the win.
Be grateful. Take another loss. Get back to God. Have another win. Exercise gratitude. Expand. Be a channel. And enjoy your life. And that's really what it's like, guys. That's getting locked in. And every one of you here is going to get there.